I started implementing the system with our current customers and providing support on site all across the globe. And now I'm working on the sales team. And again, showing our solutions to people like you all around the world. And with me, we have Miguel. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Hi, my name is Miguel Sosa, and I'm the Vice President of Product Innovation here at Trax. I've been in Trax since 2001. Started as a technical background, was the manager of development, became the VP of development. We see a lot of these applications I developed, and now I'm leading the next innovation of different products, including our next AI-driven solutions. So I'm here to show you the demonstrations of our applications. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miguel. So now I'm just going to go through a very quick presentation of Trax, a bit of our history, a bit of what we do, and some of the solutions that we're going to be displaying to you tonight for us. Let's see. So let me just put up this presentation really quick. Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Okay, so well, Trax, of course. Just to give a brief overview of Trax, we've been in the industry for 27 years already. We started back when everything was green screens. Trax came out, the first Windows-based solution. And again, that Trax went for 15 versions. And now we have developed eMRO, which is the current offering that we have, which is a truly web-based solution. It has 21 modules. And again, it's the core system that will run the operations. Aside from that, we have our e-mobility suite of solutions. These are the ones that will allow you to enhance your operations and work paperless, for example. And we have a lot of different solutions that have been developed in conjunction with our customers. So we have solutions specifically designed for shops, specifically designed for hangar maintenance, for warehouse management. So we have a lot of different solutions that we have created, like, for example, our customer portals as well. So we have a lot of different solutions that have been created based on requirements from our huge and varied customer base. Also worth noting, this is a 100% hosted solution. So we have our Trax Cloud, who will allow us to host all the solutions for you, and of course, be able to maintain it from our headquarters and also provide you 24/7 support. Okay, and again, we have offices in America, we have support bases in Asia, and also in Europe. I spoke a lot about our customer base. So within our community, we work with commercial airlines, cargo, charters, but also with aircraft MROs, component MROs, OEMs, and even eVTOL OEMs. So we are able to cater to all areas of the industry. Among some of our customers, we work with Singapore Engineering, Sabina Techniques, Turkish Techniques, Delta Airlines. So again, very different kinds of customers, and we're able to cater again in all across the globe in different sizes of customers. As I mentioned before, our core system is eMRO. It's a truly web-based solution, and it caters all 21 modules of the operations. From the engineering side all the way until the finance, we're able to perform to capture all the transactions. Okay, and again, this will be the heart of the operation. And of course, as I mentioned, to complement eMRO, we have our e-mobility suite of applications, some of which consist on some mobile solutions that are iOS-based, and we have some other web-based solutions that, again, will give you more tools to better manage your operations and allow you to have more efficient and real-time data tracking to allow you to, again, have more efficient operations and have more control of everything that's happening. Of course, with all the new developments, we're already working in our Pro Series suite of applications, all of this which will be AI-based, okay? Some of these are coming up in the short term, some are coming in the long term, but we are already working and Miguel is leading this on our AI-based solutions. Again, now Trax is very focused on creating partnerships. This is some of the partnerships that we have with industry-leading providers. Well, in this case, we have Amazon Amazon Web Services. We are partners with Amazon, and again, all of our customers, we host them with Amazon Web Services to be able to provide you the best possible infrastructure. And again, talking about hosting, again, this is a fully hosted solution. Okay, we'll manage the operations for you. We have 24/7 monitoring, high availability, and disaster recovery options. So again, when we have our plan is to, again, every year migrate our customers that are currently hosted by themselves, is to move them to our cloud, because we're able to provide a much better support. We can provide you a better product when we have our team of experts managing the solution for you. And again, we have a lot of monitors. Just because we're hosting the service for you, it doesn't really mean that you won't have access to see what's going on. Our hosting team will be working for you. Will be an extension of your IT department, and you will have a lot of performance monitors that would allow you to see everything that is going on with your service. And again, our team will be closely monitoring all these indicators to make sure that your operations are running smoothly. Okay, and again, this is pretty much just a very short introduction that I wanted to cover. And again, Miguel will be starting with the actual demonstration based on the requirements that were sent. And unless
So we have the system architecture and interfaces, no?
What's that? Okay, give me just a second.
Let me talk about that.
Okay.
No. I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay, all yours.
Stop my screen. Okay. All right. So thank you, everyone. I'm gonna talk about the little bit of the system architecture and technology of EMRO. Cover very quickly this before we get into demonstration. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the technology. Talk a little bit about the system design. Then we're going to cover a little bit of the user experience, how we do security within the application, how secure is it, how we handle that, the system offerings, talk about reporting and how we do reporting within the system, a little bit about a business intelligence tool that we provide with the application. And then we're going to cover a little bit about e-mobility and RFID solutions. Okay, so let's.
Andy,
Okay, let's.
simplemente. Maybe.
Okay.
Reconnecting. Unicorn.
All right, so let's talk about a little bit about the system design. Our system is made to be a horizontal scalable auto-scale design. We provide a mobile enterprise solution, which we'll cover. It requires zero installation. It's actually cloud agnostic, cloud optimized to be web driven. The system is meant to be auto-scaling. As you can see here, we use Amazon Web Services for this. It looks at the matrix of auto-scaling and auto-scales the solution horizontally, depending on the load on the servers. We also incorporate new technology like autonomous database, so the database could grow and shrink depending on the load, giving us more cost efficiency, enhanced security, and scalability of performance. When it comes to HA and DR, disaster recovery and high availability, our system provides that. Our system is designed to have 99.5, 100%, 99.5 uptime out of failover. We do provide multi-region and multi-availability zones. You see the diagram here where we have multiple regions, multiple AZs, one production environment, and everything's replicated from one to the next. Okay, this is a host files. The application itself is cross-platform, responsive, building HTML and CSS3. And what that means to you is that it's device agnostic and OS agnostic. Zero installation, all applications could run on a web browser, as long as it's a modern web browser using HTML5. So that means all of them. You could run this on a Chromebook, you could run this on a Mac, you could run this on Linux, you could run this on Windows, you could run this on your phone. The application will work and it will shrink to the size of the device. When it comes to the graphical interface, I did talk about this. It's all 100% web driven, built in HTML5, newer technology. It's device agnostic. It does require zero installation to your device. Unlike other cloud platforms that you might have seen, where you have to download some drivers, and they claim to be cloud agnostic. Ours built from the ground to be web driven. It's not a client server that is being displayed on your browser. It's 100% web application. Designed for the web, designed for the cloud. When it comes to security, our applications are all logged in through using SSO. We use XAML connecting to your Active Directory. We do provide two-factor authentication. You want that? Our application is 100% encrypted on REST, on transmit using HTTPS, TLS 1.3, and everything's encrypted on REST using AES 256-bit. We do follow the FIPS 140 encryption method. Our application I'll show you is 100% role-based security. That means depending on your roles, depending on your security basis, the system will turn off and will turn off different features and will display only the ones that you're applicable on. Applications are built with a WAF in front. That means we do have a web application firewall, making sure that your applications on the cloud are very secured. We provide penetration testing conducted regularly. Internal and external firms provide that. And code, our software developers use things like Veracode during our software cycle to make sure that all the code that it have secure coding practices as well. Our deployment, as Geraldo mentioned, is on the cloud using AWS. So this is a turnkey solution. Our application expert will deploy and manage the application for you. No need to do nothing for you guys to do. This expedite troubleshooting and debugging. We do provide 24/7, 365 support, where we have a full technical team and a specialized team looking at your application. We'll do the hosting, we'll do the upgrading, we do the patching, we'll do anything that has to be done with the hardware, we will provide that. The software and the license costs are included all within the application pricing. Our software is built to be multi-company. So if you wanted to host multi-company in one particular environment, one architecture, our system is designed to have multi-company solution where you have the same business process, but you segregate the data, like your maintenance programs, your financials, your inventory, intercompany sales are all provided within the application altogether. When it comes to reporting, our application does provide over 650 CAN reports that you could use. The system does have a report server. The report server will generate the reports on its own. We have a WordPak print server that processes the work packages if you want to build those. You have the ability to customize all your reports and incorporate into the report server on your own. So you could build your own reports with our application. When it comes to standard reporting, as I mentioned, we have over 650 CAN reports. The reports could be scheduled to be run on a certain period of time. We do have custom sorts, custom filters. All our reports are meant to be in PDF and in Excel. The report server itself is built on EMRO report server on a WordPak print. It requires no lag time. It doesn't stop the application. You don't have to wait for the reports. Unlike other applications you have seen, the application itself is runs on its own, and it runs in the background in its own report server architecture. As I mentioned, you could customize your reports. We do provide a BI and a reporting tool called Jasper Report Studio. You guys could customize your own reports. It helps you design. This works pretty similar to Tableau or Power BI. You could build your own queries. You could write complex queries. It has visual layouts of maps and charts. So you have the capability to make your own reports and incorporate them back into our system. As I mentioned, we do have a business intelligence tool that we provide that as well, which is Jaspersoft BI. This gives you the ability to look at interactive reports, make your own dashboards. This is all multi-tenant, mobile, and dashboard ready. So you could run this on your iPad or even on your phone, and you could incorporate those into the MRO application as well. So both reports and dashboards could be built on your own, and you could incorporate it yourself. So there's no need to call Trax when you have to build a report. There's no need to call Trax when you have to build your own BI. Okay, provide the tools. You guys just write it yourself. Do some training. Okay, when it comes to the architecture integration, which I'm going to cover, we do provide a full integration services, which I'm going to cover in a bit. This does provide integrations to your FlatOps system, dispatch system, finance systems, HR, automatic warehouses, and other partners. And I'm going to cover this in a bit in another presentation. Well, this is a module that comes with the application. It already has APIs driven that you guys could use to put in data and take out data out of the system. We do support RFID. We have RFID for different applications like warehousing, or where you could actually have standalone RFID readers. And as you're walking out of the store, it could restock for you. It could count and actually mark the parts as used or stock. Okay, that's a little bit of the business flow or how the RFID works. As you're walking out, it does some self-checkout using RFID with our system. Okay, so that is a little bit on the architecture. Any questions on the architecture and technology?
I may help. Right. So this is fully based on cloud, right? So is there any hyperscaler that you recommend to run the AMRO in GMF, or is it any recommendation? And the second one for the Jaspersoft, is it separate license from the core MRO application?
Yeah, quick question. So the Jaspersoft license comes with EMRO. So we actually are partners with Jaspersoft, and we provide a license for your pre-prod environment. So you could do server, you could write reports there, and one for production. So enterprise for production and pro for UAT. Okay. So it comes with the EMRO license. Hyperscalers, we are hosting the applications ourselves, and we use AWS. Some of our customers, they are running on-prem. They have run in Azure and even Google Cloud. Okay.
Okay, clear.
All right. So a little bit on the interfaces. Okay, so let's talk about that. So the System of Trax does provide an interface API module. And what that means to you, and and again, it comes in with the cost. So unlike other customers that will have you pay per interface, the interface, unless it's a custom interface, will have a short setup fee, but the APIs are there for you guys to consume. That means you could call them to extract data and put in data into the system. Okay, the APIs themselves are fall within different categories. So we interface either through APIs to custom interfaces that we have built for different customers, or to data imports, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. Okay. The functions of the data, of course, they're all web-based interfaces using JSON, and some of them are still XML, but we're updating them all to be microservices using Quarkus. Okay. The interface functions to validate the Trax applications. So that means this is the better way to put in and extract data, as we ensure that the data that you're putting out is a valid data, and the way that you're putting in, it adheres to the system standards, right? So some of the incoming interfaces that we'll talk about be like HR interface for HR systems, like employees. You could transfer all your employees from your HR system into Trax, or if you have any FlatOps systems, or you could connect those as well. So we'll talk about those in a bit. How the interface works, of course, if you look at here, mostly what you have to understand is a pretty simple scenario. But our API servers is own servers on the side. That means the APIs could grow on themselves. As I mentioned, they are all being written to be microservices and independent. But they have their own application server, which is outside of the architecture altogether. So of course we have the web servers here for the application. Talk about print servers that themselves are separate, and we have our API servers that themselves are separate servers altogether in the architecture, but they all connect to the same database. Okay, so all these servers connect to the same database. If you look at some of the Trax interface groups that we provide today, that'll be flight operations, which I'll talk about, flight dispatch, finance, as we are, we are the system. We could system of purchasing. We could do that. System of inventory. We could do that within the application. But when it comes to payment of the POs or the repairs, collecting the money, we set that over to the finance systems. So we integrate a lot to finance systems. That could be, Oracle Finance or LSY or JD Edwards. You name it, we have interface too. So we'll talk about those. HR interfaces, which will be connected to your Active Directory, right? We'll connect to your Active Directory to login for security profiles and for your profile security. But at the same time, things like your HR systems, vendor master, who are your customers, your vendors that have been approved, what are your journal entries, right? What are your finance? All of that could be interfaced already within our application. We're fully Spec 2000 capable. So if you're using things like Aero Exchange, Aero Buy, Aero Repair, Aero Component, the system is actually built in to be Spec 2000 compliant using Aero Exchange. Maintenance applications. So you guys are an MRO. If you want to connect to your airlines electronically, sending data packet, transmitting and receiving work packages, and transmitting back the corrected work packages that was done. We have interfaces for those things, the non-routines that were created, and the new system configuration for the transaction. We have interfaces for that as well within the MRO system. Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about the flight interfaces. You will see, maybe not prevalent to you guys, but things like your controller panel, what planning days are due. We could send that out there. What are the tasks that are coming in schedule? We could interface those to your flight systems. Things like making aircraft out of service or creating new MELs or seeing what the MELs, because we have interfaces for those. Work package interfaces, like creating a work pack, creating a work order slot, updating the slot, applying different tasks to those work order slots. We could see those. Okay. Income and finance interfaces. So things like your invoices could be electronically put into our system. Invoices go out, accounts payable. We talked about vendor master, currency exchange, GLs, invoice works. These are all interfaces that are built in that you guys could use. Talked about employees, employee masters, your skills, your qualifications. These are all things that could be integrated into our system. You could use it within our application to integrate into security and roles. We could integrate those as well. Fully Spec 2000 for purchase orders, electronic invoices, receiving and updating that. The system is fully capable of doing that, generating outgoing RFQs, receiving incoming quotes, airway bills, and your logistics. The system is built to receive those. Planning interfaces. This is just for our planning system. You could extract the planning data per aircraft and send it out. Okay. Total man hours that have been worked on. Documentation services. If you want to attach different documents into our application, we have a full documentation interface as well that you guys can use. Okay. Some of the custom interfaces that you will have access to. We fully Aero Exchange, as I talked about. We support Aero G, Aero Buy, Aero Repair, Aero Component from Aero Exchange. A full provider of pooling services like Lufthansa pooling services, or if you have a direct connect to like Boeing IMM or AAR, we connect directly to those. Things like Invoice Works, PTC, Servigistics, we have interfaces for those. This is warehouse management systems like Cardex and Murata. We support those as well. We have interfaces for those. So a lot of different interfaces, as you can see, from Kronos to Oracle Financials to CaseBank to our exchange to Servigistics, NavBlue. These are all different interfaces, the custom interfaces that we have created to different systems that we support today within the application. Okay, we're also digital. We also have a digital exchange import program, so you could import any type of document that is ISPEC 2200 or S1000D, things like your AMMs, your IPCs, your troubleshooting diagrams, wiring diagrams, troubleshooting manuals. These are all things that you could incorporate. MPD, you could incorporate those digitally into our application and keep the revision and generate data. So I'm going to show some of that. Okay, so any questions on interfaces and interface module? Okay. All right. So if there's no questions, I think Geraldo will get started with the system overview. Geraldo, you there?
Good. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay, perfect. So let's get started with the system overview. So we're going to cover a couple of applications. Again, we're going to talk about eMRO, which is our main ERP MIS system. As you can see here, I'm running on my Mac. You guys can see my computer correctly. You guys can see, right, Geraldo?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. Perfect. I'm running on my Mac. But again, you could run this on a Windows machine. You could run this on an iPad. You could run this on a Chromebook. You could run this on a phone, whatever you guys would like. The system is 100% web-based, device agnostic, OS agnostic. I'm going to log into the application here, just show you a little bit of a system overview. Okay, so let me log in. As I log into the application, let me just log out. Yeah. As I log into the application, you see that the navigation's on the left. We covered 21 modules. Anything that you need to run your MRO, we'll have a module for that. From customer orders and sales, so if you want to sell parts or rent out parts, loans and rental, sales, this is where you will do the module for that. Our modules navigation to the left, you will have 4 different things. Explore data, print, you print data. Query, you're gonna search for data but cannot update, or you have updating data, which will be new, insert, delete. This is what this is where you have access to this. Okay, navigating into the application, your navigation is on the left. This is where you have all your different modules. Going into a particular module, you could see that going into a particular module, like let's say engineering control selection, will open up the engineering control window. Now you have the ability to search various actions in here. So let's say you wanted to search by category AD. You could say, I want to search by AD. Okay, and you could hit find. You have various different type of categories you could search for here, and then you could get your data from the database down here. Now, if you want to minimize or filter this down, now you could do this a little bit more. You could say, show me all the ones that are open. You could start typing. It'll be like an Excel. Okay, the system itself allows you to, you can see that the menus are always going to be on the top. You get your data will be on the bottom. You could customize all these columns. Any window will have customizable columns. You could say, maybe I don't want the category type. So you could customize the category type, and you could say, I don't want maybe the control area. Now, you could customize the look and feel of how the columns behave. You could sort and filter very quickly with the application. If you want to go in more details into any of these data sets, you could just go inside as such, and now you have the information for the detail for that AD. You have multiple ADs open, you could just click and see multiple ADs. Now, this is an enterprise web application. What does that mean? That I don't use, it's not a web page. I don't go back and forth into one particular web page. You have multiple programs running all at the same time. So I have right now 2, 3 particular programs open, one for this AD, one that gives me the data for this particular AD, and one that lets me search. And the one that is visible is the one that is active, but all of these are running in the background today. So if I wanted to go right now to the aircraft here and see the aircraft applicability, I could go and see that, no problem. Or if I wanted to go now to part number master and see maybe some parts in the part number master, I could open that. Okay, search for my data. to show the part that I'm looking for, and continue to work on my AD. Okay, no issues whatsoever. Everything works. If I wanted to close out the application, I could just click that little X and I close out the programs. So that's how you navigate the system. Okay, a couple of things about the system altogether. Again, let's go to inventory control selection. You will see that everything in blue is hyperlinked. So if you want to look at your chapters, it's going to bring in a what we call a drop down or a selection for the data that you want to look for. If you're looking for, let's say, a particular category, you see that these are transaction codes, everything's customizable. If you want to search for a code, you could use like an Google style searching here, because it showed me that everything that starts with A, now you see that it filtered down everything does with A. Maybe I want to search by description and look for the word all. Okay, I see now it retrieved these two that have the word all in the description. Okay, that's pretty simple there. Let's say I want to search more of a category by document, and I want to search for anything that is similar to 00 dash. You see now the system is looking for anything that is 00 dash, just because this one has 004 is similar to 00 dash, or maybe something that starts with or is like 00 dash. Now you see that this has 00 dash in the middle here, 00 dash in the middle here, 00 dash in the middle here, or anything that starts with 00 dash, then it's going to give you that information. So you could say 0 dash, and it starts filtering. So the system is made to search data very quickly. As you can see, you could find your data and you could search for the information. Okay. So that's how the system navigates. Okay.
Hi, Miguel.
Yep, go right ahead.
So the dashboard side, is it coming from the JSON board or something like that? The one that you showed
That's reports.
previously?
Yeah, that is
Oh,
correct.
okay.
So all these dashboards over here are customizable. So the dashboards themselves, as you can see here, I could customize. Sorry, right here, I could customize which dashboards I want to view. You could actually build your own dashboards and incorporate them, and depending on which view or which role you have in, you will see that the dashboard will change. So let's say if I didn't want to see fleet status and I wanted only to see two of these, right, that are coming from the dashboard report, you see now the system would only show two. So you could incorporate these dashboards into the system, and you could build as many dashboards you would like, and the users could pick which dashboards they want to see when they log into the application. Okay.
Okay.
This is user configurable. Now, when it comes to reports, I talk about that each module has a report. So let's talk about that. If I go back to engineering and I go to engineering control prints, and maybe I want to print out an AD status report for all my ADs for a particular aircraft, maybe aircraft 201, right? And I'm gonna set reports print. Now the system goes to a print queue. So I don't have to do anything. I could send multiple reports. Maybe I want to print out this last compliance reports of everything that was complied for categories AD. So maybe multiple categories, maybe ADs and BSIs and EAs. Okay. And I want to do that for aircraft, maybe 255, no worries. And what I want to do is send this, I want to schedule this report. So you could schedule it and say, I want to schedule this to be a one-time, I want to schedule this to be continuous. I want to run this at 7 o'clock in the morning because that's when I want to come into work. And I want to run it Monday to Friday. Okay. And by the way, I want to send this to Miguel Atraxo Aero. So I could schedule my reports to be sent. And I just see that this created a print job schedule. Okay. So now the system will run that schedule and record the prints. When the reports are done, okay, you'll see that the reports are done. You could just go into your print server. You will be notified that a report is generated and has been completed. And you could retrieve your report, okay, into the application. Now, all reports are made to be in PDF. If you want now the report to be in Excel, you could always click the Excel button here, okay? And then that's going to generate the exact same report, but in an Excel format, okay? And you could export the data that way. You could always also email a report, and we have a emailing system, or download a report and email it within your application. So this is the within the application itself, you could email the reports. Okay. Any questions on reports? No worries. Couple other things about the system altogether. As you can see, I could go to any window, and let's say I go to orders, and I go to orders update. Okay. I want to say, well, I want this application to be my favorite. You could just click the star, and it'll go to your favorite. Also, you could also have here your help files at any time. Click on the help. The system will bring up the particular help right away of the window that you're looking for, so you could understand and how to retrain your system. This could have videos, this could have a training method altogether that you could set up. So very easy to navigate, very easy to do within the application. You could see that you have other type of data. So if you want to ever see, what is the query that this is generating, so you can make your own reports, you could always click on a particular window here. So let me show you that. So let's say here I'm in inventory transaction. And let's say I generated a bunch of data here. And I want to say, hey, what's the query of this data table? I want to know what the query for the data table is. You could just click on this button, and the system will give you the exact same query that data table is using. Now, this is how you build your reports and your BI and your dashboard, right? Now, one thing to say is that I have super user security. So I have access to look at the queries. I have access to export data. I have access to import data in many places. That is all security controlled, right? Depending on your roles, you might not have access like I do, because I'm a super user. Okay. Any questions on how I'm navigating the systems, everything that I talked about right now? Okay. No problem. So that's how you navigate there. Now, a couple of things about security. Let's go into System Administration Explorer, Security Explorer. A system, as I mentioned, is role-based security. So depending if you are a warehouse manager, if you're a supervisor, if you're a pilot or mechanic, an inspector, you're going to have different security. So inspectors will have maybe security on a particular module, right? Depending on the module that they are. And you could say maybe they have this type of security. And one thing to notice is that everything is security controlled, okay? Even down to every single report. So maybe you could control only the index print. So this particular user, you could only see, you could see shop prints, but only one of the reports. So everything is actually security control within the application, as you can see, down to filters and actions. So if I go here to engineering control, that was just engineering control selection. You can see now that I can start security, things like, do you want to see the aircraft control tab? Do you want to change key? Do you want to take out the delete button? So you're not allowed to delete. Do you want to look at compliances or documentation or imports? Everything in the system is security controlled, okay? So depending on what type of security you set up for your users is the actions and the view that they could see within the application, okay? Now, like as I mentioned, this is different user controls. So if you look at your application altogether, you could type different users depending on their LDAP directory to those particular profiles. And you could have multiple profiles as well for one particular user, okay? So that is how the system security is controlled. Any questions on that?
No, continue, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let's continue. All right, so that's a little bit how you navigate the system. Now, as I mentioned, Trax has 21 modules from customer updates to engineering, which you have your maintenance programs and your task cards, to your ground service equipment. If you want to track those, we have a module for that. Inventory and warehousing, you have a module for that. This is where you cover your inventory, your tools, your counting, your reservations, your contracts for pooling. This is where you will do that type of modules, okay? So I'm going to cover that. Things like your orders, if you want to purchase within the system, we have a full purchasing system or order system where you could actually have all different types of orders, from purchase orders to exchange orders where you're exchanging parts from a pool provider to a repair order. That's an external repair. You could do all of that. within the application. Okay. Now the system allows you to do all those orders to different type of modules like production, where you do your production work orders, quality assurance, receive your parts, full reliability, shops, which we're going to cover today, technical records, technical record management, full training module, and a full document management system, which is TraxDoc. So all their modules are covered within one application. So the application comes with all these modules all into one. And depending on your security and who you log in, you could actually see different modules. Okay, that's how the system works. All right, so let's continue here with our TraxDoc system, which is our document management system. So let's start with one of the modules here. That will be TraxDoc. If you look at our TraxDoc system, this is a full document management solution. And one of the things that allows you to do, okay, is manage all your manuals. So things like your AMMs, your IPCs, your engine manuals, your engine IPCs, you could actually load them into the application. Service bulletins, both from PDF and electronic, you could load with the applications. And what does the system do? It allows you to load any type of content. So all TraxDocs will have a document number, okay, and a revision. So we're going to keep track of all revisions within this application. We'll have a title and a description and authorization. The system does cover 100% workflows from top to bottom, and we'll talk a little bit more about workflows and how they work within the application. But as I mentioned, we do support all the manufacturers from Airbus to Boeing, Boeing Toolbox, Bombardier, CFM manuals, Embraer, Pratt & Whitney engines, Rolls-Royce engines, even custom solutions like Toolbox and Flatiron's document management system we support, as long as they are iSpec 2200 or S1000D or any type of these custom solutions we will support into our application. The type of manuals that we support, for them very quickly, we support aircraft readiness logs, Airbus ARAM modification compliance loads, aircraft AIPCs, that's for your IPCs, your AMMs, your electronic task cards, Boeing Toolbox for the bomb, MELs, MPTs, your engine electronics catalogs, that's for your engines manuals, EMM we support as well, anything in S1000D. So that's your full CSDV coming from your manufacturers. We support that. MPD loaders to load your full MPDs. We support that into the application. NTDs, things for your toolbox, your troubleshooting manuals. These are all manuals that we support within the application. Okay. What the system do is not only we load the manuals. Once you load the manuals, loading your OEM data as such. Okay. You could just point the manuals, point the data into the manuals into the application, and then we will convert that into a electronic database that will support chapter, section, paragraph, page block, and even down to the task card. Okay, and those task cards you could actually now view. Okay, you could look at all your authorizations from all revisions. You could go revision to revision and see who authorized it and who didn't authorize it. And you could always go into that content as well. So you could say, I want to go into the manual, and it will take you to the revision of the manual and see how the manual looked. Okay. Another thing you could do with the application here is that you could, what we call generate data. So with AMMs, we're able to generate electronic task cards. So the task cards are going to be automatically generated from the application. As you can see here, you could generate the card from one section to the next. And what the system's going to do is generate the data of that particular card. So I'll show you how that works. And it's going to take the content of the AMMs and now create an electronic card. So that's very powerful. If you're generating all your tasks from the AMM or for the EMM, now you have electronic task cards. And every time you do revisions of the manual, the task cards can automatically revise. Same thing for your engine task cards. So this is how that works. So let me show you how that looks. Okay. So as I'm going in here and generating a particular task card, I'll go to a task card selection, a task card module. is our task card authoring system. And as you can see, one of these particular task cards, let me go to A320 cards. You can see that this comes from a TrackStock 969. So that comes from a TrackStock manual that I loaded and basically generated my task card, generated my description, generated my revision, generated my revision number. Any materials, zones, panels get automatically generated. But more importantly, it's also going to generate my instruction set. So you can actually see all the instructions that are coming directly from the manual. So you can see your step-by-step instructions, but you could actually, this is broken down per step. Okay, images inside the manuals themselves, and you could customize now your sign-offs, mechanic inspector, duplicate inspector, what the skill that is required, what's the total man hours that is required. Okay, so this is how the system automatically generates your electronic task cards within the application. Okay, and I'll talk about how you could update these task cards and add more metadata into them. So any questions on the document management system?
Yes.
Yes.
Can it apply to the AMM that is in the PDF file?
Can you load a PDF file? So
Yes.
you can. Yes, you could do that. So I load an AMM that is PDF. So we do support PDF documents as well. Which one of these is it? These are all electronic. But we do support PDF documents and even PDF manuals. Okay, so if you are loading PDF documents or PDF manuals, we'll talk about that. So here I've loaded a particular PDF. This is just a PDF itself, okay, what you could actually view. So this is just one generic PDF, okay? But if you actually load a PDF manual, the system will automatically load the PDF manual as well. Another thing that the system allows you to do is incorporate your own content on the revision. So if we take a look at this one over here, if we take a look at this particular AMM, okay, into the application, you will see that I have the ability to add my own revisions. So if I want to go here to chapter 5 and maybe chapter 500 and this page blog, and I want to add maybe my own content, I want to add my own file within this chapter section. So I could do that. I could upload a file. Let's say I want to add this into the manual. Again, this is just a PDF, and I'm going to say this is going to be a yellow file. Okay. And now what it's doing is that the system itself is going to load that particular content into my manuals. Okay. So now I see that I have my yellow letter file here that I loaded within that chapter section of the file. I'm allowed to add my own content into the file itself. Okay. Now, what does this do? We're going to do a couple of things with the manuals. Not only that we're going to generate data, as I mentioned, we could generate the task cards, but we also have the ability to actually now export this into our application using our mobile applications called AeroDocs. Now, all your mechanics have the ability to have all these manuals actually in the palm of their hand and in an offline capable way. So if you look at here, I have depending on the manuals, I have Airbus manuals, 350 manuals, right? Boeing manuals, Bombardier manuals, Embraer. So I'm going to go to the A320, but I could see here I have my AMMs, my IPCs, troubleshooting manuals, ASM manuals, right? You have the capability to look at all these particular manuals in an offline capable way, okay? So you can see the content of those particular manuals altogether. Okay, so this is another way, that's another thing that you guys could do within your application. So I'll show you those manuals in a bit. So you could export them. If you don't want to use a mobile application, you also have the capability within the TrackStock to actually view the manual in the Explorer, TrackStock Fleet Explorer. And you could actually see now all the manuals as well. So you could say same thing. You could say, well, let me show all my A320 manuals, right? And maybe I want to look at my AMMs that I have available to me. Okay, here we go. And the revisions of the manual. Okay, and you go chapter, section, subject, page block. You could actually see the manuals themselves. You could always navigate to a particular, maybe engines. Engines are cooler than chapter 72, page block, and you could even go down to the task or to the graphic or what you want to see altogether. So I want to look at this particular task, and you have the capability to do that within the application. So you could look at it in an iPad solution, which is mobile. You could also look at it within a non-mobile solution as well, okay, which is a web-based solution. You can see here, you could look at your manuals within a web solution that's provided to you. And if you want offline capability, then you will use our iPad application, which is TracksDoc. Any questions on the document management system?
Okay. What about the SRM? Is it
SRM?
also capable? Yeah. So we can
Yes.
also mention the applicability for a certain task in the SRM.
Yes, you can. You can load the SRM. You could load the SRM manuals are also supported. Okay. Other things that are also supported are troubleshooting manuals. So you go to your TSM. Okay, troubleshooting manual, wiring diagrams. If you want to load your wiring diagrams, or NDT manuals are also supported. Your MELs are supported. One that's very popular with our customers today is your service bulletins. If you have electronic service bulletins from Airbus, from Boeing, those are incorporated within your application in an electronic way, S1000D and Aspect 2200. Okay, those are incorporated within the application. So yeah, we support anything that is actually S1000, anything that is SGML in Aspect 2200 format to be supported with the application or as PDF, okay? One thing that is kind of cool that I forgot to mention is your MPD. If you want to load your MPD, you could do that as well. So here we support MPDs, and this will load your entire maintenance program that you want to support, right? If you want to support your MPD, this could be done in an Excel format, the old school Excel, or also it's also supported on the SGML format, the newer format, which is XML. Both are supported within the application. Okay. Any other questions on the document management system?
Can you show me how if there is a revision in the AMM and the task card, and how we implement the revision to the job card?
Yeah, that's a good question. So yes, so if you have a revision to the AMM, say you have a revision to this particular AMM, and I'll show you the system keeps tracks of all revisions, okay? So if I have a revision to this particular manual, all I have to do is say, hey, I have an open revision. So I'm going to create a revision control. Okay. Now, before I do that, this is a revision 2, and I'll say I have a new revision. I'm not going to do it because I don't have one, but I could say I have revision now 93. Okay. Now that's going to trigger the revision process. And the revision process, you will load the manual for that particular revision. Once it gets published, it's going to authorize it's going to overwrite the manual that you have from 92 to 93. Now I'm going to show you how this works. As you can see, we have a full revision for all the for the application. So I have 67, 68, 69, 70. You go all the way down to 91, all the way down to 92. Okay. Now, what I've done here, as you can see, is loaded all these revisions as periodically as it comes. And I've created publish. This is the latest revision that I have, which is 93, that has been published. Okay. When I go to my Fleet Explorer, I will generate the data for those particular revisions. As remember, I'm generating the data, my electronic task cards for the particular revision. So when I apply this task card, this is my X32 task cards. Okay, you will see that those will have different revisions as well. Okay, so if I go now to my engineering and my engineering control selection, which is my task authorization, my task card window, and I look at any X32, you will see that they have also applied the different revisions. So if I go to my authorization history, you will see that I have different revisions for the same card. revision 92, revision 91, revision 90. Now, if I wanted to go to revision 88 and see how revision 88 looked, I could just right click and see view revision. And it'll take me directly to the revision. So I have revision 88 because we keep track of all those revisions in the application. Plus, I also have the revision for the current revision. So there's revision 88, but at the same time here, you see that I have revision 92, which is the active revision. Now, let's say if I wanted to compare the two, I wanted to compare these two. The system will compare any revision and see what are the differences. So we actually go down to the field level. Here, the only difference is you'll see that it will change the revision number and when the revision was, and this paper copper require field turn from yes to no. Everything else is the same, but we keep track of every single field. Was a part number added? Was a text on the job instruction change, right? Was a zone change? Was a panel change? The applicability change? All these things are tracked into our revision control system and tells you what are the different differences between revision. Okay. But there's a lot of workflows that get tracked between loading a manual revision that has to go through a process, okay, to also, and I guess to get authorized, to loading to the engineering, the taskers, but they themselves have to get authorized as well. So there's different processes for that, okay? All right, any other questions on TrackStock before I move on to the next modules? Okay, so as I mentioned, this is going to have the TrackStock is a document management system to create electronic cards. But I want to cover now a little bit more what those cards or the engineering module does. So I'm going to go from here to the engineering. The engineering module allows you to do certain things. If you can see here from aircraft modification plans. Hey, if you do aircraft mods and that is something that you sell, that you modify and you have to create the plans for those aircraft mods. You have to create the drawings for the aircraft mods, right? You have to see what is incorporating, what kind of drawings, what kind of kits, what kind of parts are being used for that particular modification, right? What applicability. So you create those plans and attachments within our application, and then you turn those into a task card for it to be done. Okay, so we have the capability to do that. From looking at your what we call engineering controls, which is basically your ADs, your MPDs, your checks, anything that has a counter, right? Or a grouping of task cards. So this is a grouping of particular task cards. So if you're grouping now your C checks, because you're selling a particular service, okay? 767. Okay, so if you have a particular service bulletin or you're grouping your checks all together, right? As I mentioned, right? You could do. I thought I called it a one check. Sorry, let me just look for a check, which is what I want to look for. Okay, so if you're grouping all your check packages or it's a grouping of different applications, you could actually do that with an engineering control. So you could say, okay, I want to group a particular task item, and that particular task item has a counter, it's an engineering control, right, of something that needs to be done. It needs to be done by a certain amount of time. If you guys are doing maintenance programs for your customers, right, and you could call in multiple task cards, right? Multiple job instructions for as many job instructions you guys will like. Now, these engineering controls have applicability to tails. So you could have different maintenance programs for different fleet types. As I see here in my system, I have multiple fleet types. I have over 15 different fleet types. We're, OEM agnostic. And you could have maintenance programs even down to the tail level. So you could see here, this one is applicable to multiple aircrafts. But you could say, well, maybe it's not applicable to aircraft 269, okay? The systems are going to be able to interpret that very easily. So that's how you do the engineering controls. When it comes to the task cards and task cards themselves, I mean, I did focus a lot of that. We are going to generate electronic cards, but you could create manual task cards as well, right? You have your own engineering orders or on ground, your own task cards that you build within your application altogether. And I'll show you the difference between the two. But they're all ideally, if you want to use our electronic task cards, they are going to have a name, a description. You could categorize your cards and say what type of cards they are. Are they for AMM? Are they for cleaning? Are they for a disk card, right? Are they for a functional check? Are they a mod card? Are they NTD, right? NDT cards. All these things you could customize. You could have categories of the cards as well. And the more data, the more categories you have, the more KPIs you could do with our reporting and dashboarding tools, right? Again, you could have multiple revisions. The entire system of tracks is ATA, chapter, section, paragraphs. You could have your full ATA within the entire application, okay? But now you could customize which materials. So this is how we're gonna do inventory planning. So you could actually customize, you could put in per card, what are the materials required for that particular card. So you could say, I'm gonna need a terminal, or maybe I'm gonna need some tools. So let's look at some tools in here. Okay, so I could say I want this particular tool, and you could say I want need one of these and maybe 5 of these. Okay, and you could customize how much parts you are going to require. Now, a couple of nice things about our application. Okay, this is a third party now. Good. A couple of things. Our application, you could actually tell the system, do you want to reserve the part when you're doing the work? Or maybe you want to, this particular part, you're going to do a repair return. That means you're going to remove it and you're going to send that out on repair. That repair part is going to come back into the aircraft. You could tell the system that that's going to be it. So don't grab another part from inventory. You might want to do customer provided, since you're an MRO. You say, hey, the customer is going to provide this part for me, right? So don't grab it on my inventory. It's already been contracted that the customer is going to provide that part for me. Okay, so you could customize that, and the system is going to work differently depending on your configuration here. Okay. Now, a couple other things that you might see within the application here on the task card. Yes, you could customize your card by putting in your different zones and panels, and we're going to generate zone task cards. Okay, open panel and closed panel task cards based on the zones and panels. So I'll talk about that. We could automatically generate those. Well, things like which area this is going to work in, which zone, which phase of the plan are we going to is this card going to fall into? So we have a scheduled plan, and which is the phase of the plan that is going to be done. Does this affect the weight and balance of the plane? And the system keep track of your weight and balance up and down, depending if you do this particular card. You could say, well, it's good add or subtract based on the weight and balance. You could put stuff like that. Other things you could tell within the system, a lot of configuration here, kind of like, does it need hydraulic fluid power on and off? Does it need electrical power on and off? Does it need the fuel task open and close or empty, right? You could do all of that within the application. Is it a corrosion task card? Is it a functional check? Is this a mandatory card? Does it require duplicate inspection, RII? You know, is it an ETOPS card? Is it a critical task? All these things are not for engineering, but they're all being done for KPIs and for the execution of those task cards. Okay, you can see way more configurations in here. Is it lubing or not? Is it engine? All these things will automatically be checked depending on the names that come within the application in here. Okay, but you could make your own keywords. So here I have my own keywords. And if I want to add my own words to search for those particular cards, I could do that within the application. You could put things like predecessor, which is the card that it needs to be before any predecessor before this one gets done. You could do that. Any restrictions that are required to be done customized for this card, you could do that as well. So you could put part restrictions. So you could do that within the application as well. Okay. Where, in what location on site are you able to work on this card? You could set those up within the application as well. Okay. Any quick resolutions, you could set that up within the app. Okay, couple other things that the system allows you to do. I talked about instructions. The system will automatically create your instruction sets from your taskers. You can see here you have your description and you have your different items. Item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, right? But let's say if you wanted to add your own item here, like this item, I wanted to add my own item. Please return the tools. What's in the card? I could add that even though this is a AMM task card, I could actually go right ahead and add this particular item into the bottom of the card altogether. I could make this red. I could make this big. So this is a full task card editor. Okay. I want to make this red, right? So you could do that within the application altogether. Okay. So now this is going to come red at the bottom of the particular card. Okay. And you can see the preview of the card. Okay. Now you have a item here that is just please return your tools. Now I'm going to make this information only, as I don't need a sign off for this. I'm just going to make that information only. Take out the sign off. I could do that within the application. Okay. Each particular task card item or task card step, you could put in applicability. So if you want to have one card that's applicable, different steps to different fleet, you could do that as well, as you can see here. So applicability to the task card could be at the header level, and it could be at the item level as well. Okay. If you have multi-step items, and those particular items you have different phases, you could say, well, you could have different phases of the plan for the different steps. You could do that as well. The system as well as you have multiple skills. So if you have this particular skill here, instead of being tech, this is going to be maybe an NDT skill. You could say a 1 hour for NDT. So you could have mixed skills within one task card as well altogether. So very flexible within the application. Okay. And you will see that this came from the manual because it's referenced to that particular manual and that revision to that subtask. And that's it. That's why when this particular card gets updated, if this reference gets updated, it automatically updates the instructions. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. So that's the way it's linked. Any questions up to now for task cards? Okay. Continuing on, the task cards allows you to do various things, creating one electronic questionnaires. That's what we call surveys. And you could create questionnaires, alphanumeric, numeric questions, yes and no answers, multiple choice. Depending on the question, okay, let's say I want to put here an item 2. I'm going to put a electronic, a mandatory question, was a fault found. And if the if the answer is yes, I'm going to add another task card for that fault. Maybe I'll add another task card to be added into the work package altogether. Okay. So I could add another task card to be added automatically to the question. Okay. Okay. Any questions on surveys or task cards? Okay. Continuing on with the task cards here. Manual references. So yes, if you want to add manual references, you can.
Hello,
So if you want to attach any. Yes, go right ahead.
In the task card, sometimes we have a material that meant as a mandatory material and also the if required material.
Yeah.
Is track able to accommodate this condition?
Yes, yes. So this is how it works. If the material is mandatory and you're going to reserve it, you put this as reserve. You see this reserve right here? That means it's material that's going to be used and it's mandatory for the material. Now, if it's conditional, a lot of the times what we will do is reserve none. That means we're going to put it as a reference, okay? But it's all not going to be mandatory until it's required. Another thing that we provide with the application here is that, so this will be reserved none here. Okay, another thing that we provide is per item step. Okay, remember the steps themselves have, could have applicability, as I mentioned, and the steps themselves, you could put in your materials. So you could say for this particular, the material is only required for step number 4. Now, step number 4, you might put applicability to a tail. So if it's not applicable to the tail, step number 4 is not applicable to NA, and that material is not required because it's only applicable to step number 4. Okay, so I could say here I want a particular material only applicable to step number 4. So on this material, let's say this one here is only going to be applicable 185 of these, and it's only going to applicable reserve for step number 4. But if step number 4 is not applicable to the work order that I'm working on, then that material is not applicable to me. Okay, does that make sense?
Okay, but one more question. Back to
Mhm.
the previous screen. Back to the
The
previous
questions?
one. Back to the previous one.
So the items here?
I mean the item that issued partner material. No. About the field
Sorry.
reserve. Field reserve.
Oh, the reserve. Yeah, the
Yeah.
reserve field. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
The quantity in here is adjustable, not based on the quantity in the task list. The task cast, I mean. Is the quantity in here adjustable or based on the quantity in the task mentioned in the task card?
This is the quantity on the task card. Yes.
Oh, but automatic populate.
Yeah.
Or
Will
or
automatically populate from the AMM if you have it from the AMM.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Will automatically will automatically populate from the AMM. Okay. Okay.
I
So
have a question.
that. Yeah. Yes.
So,
Please.
Is it possible that we mention the task that effective only for if there is a certain component installed, like say that the part number this is applicable only if the component this 02 is installed in the aircraft.
Yes. So the way that it works for that is that you see the applicability here. So we're going to go to for component that is part number control relationship. Let me show you that. So you could put applicability not only for the aircraft, but you could also put applicability to components themselves. So you could say, what is a component that is applicable? And now if the component is applicable to that particular tail, then you could actually, let me show you that. Then you could actually bring that up into it will be applicable to that aircraft altogether. I mean, to that part. So let me show you that. So that is here. It's gonna let me do, no, this is on authorization, sorry. It needs to be open. That's pending authorization, so it won't let me do that for that. Okay, so yeah, so that's gonna be here, and you put part number control, and now you're saying, hey, so this is how we control it. If that particular task card is applicable to that part, and that part, of course, installed in that aircraft, then that card is gonna come in. Now, another things that you could do with our system, you could have full configuration, and not only if it's installed on that aircraft, you could say if it's installed on that aircraft on a particular position, so only applicable if it's installed in position left-hand side, okay? Or if it's installed in a particular engine or NHA, next higher assembly. Okay, so you could say if it's installed on that next higher assembly or next higher assembly in that position, so you could fully control your configuration on applicability for parts applicability, okay, within the application. Okay, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. What? Any other questions on task cards?
So again, let's say the manual is got revisions. In the task card, it will be automatically revised also,
Oh.
or we have to doing some work first.
No, automatically revise. So what happens is we're gonna send it to revision. The revision will go. If there's no manual intervention, meaning that you didn't create any manual items. Remember, you have the ability to create your own steps within the application, and that step does not interfere with the content of the cards. Then
Okay.
you could authorize the card, no problem. The system will authorize it. Now, if there are some times, let's say if the card came in with 2 steps. So I'll give you an example. So let's say in this particular card, and this card is a electronic task card here, okay? And this task card actually has 3 items, right? 3 steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Okay, let's say you went and you edited, you added you added another step in here, a step 4. Okay, and now the new revision came in and added its own step 4. So that step 4 that you added will become a step 5 because we move it down a notch because it's something that you created. In that particular case, we're going to create an exception report and we want you to look at it and manually authorize that to accept it. Okay. But if it's nothing changed, meaning that if it's standard from the manual, okay, it's just going to revise the content inside the items themselves because it's linked to the manual. Okay, so it really depends on the process of what you have done with the card. So there might be maybe out of 1,000 task cards, 100 were revised. Out of those 100 were revised, maybe you have to check 3. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
it's also apply when there is a change in the component required, tool required,
Yes,
or
yes, yes.
the
Yeah.
method
So
how to perform the job.
yeah, correct. So instructions, description, tool required, parts requirements, zones, panels, all of that comes automatically. All of that comes automatically from the revision of the manual on in our electronic task cards. Okay, you don't have to do anything to those. You don't have to do anything to those. Now, things like let's say you went and you added your area or your phase or your weight and balance. You added things like you require fuel tanks to be empty or full, right? Sorry, empty for this one. All these things are extra that you're adding to the task card. None of that changes because there's a new revision. All of that stays the same. So anything that you add extra into the task card stays the same. Anything that's linked to the manual, like the content, the parts, the description, right? The zones, the panels, all these things could automatically change because they're linked to the AMM. Okay. Surveys. So that's how that works. Now, a couple other things. Okay. Any other questions here?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Attachments. Last things I show you guys. You do have the ability to attach. So throughout the system, if you wanted to attach different attachments to your task cards, you could do that. You could have a multiple attachment. You could have multiple attachments altogether. So let's say I wanted to add some attachments into the application. You could do that. Just select the attachments themselves. The system will automatically attach them into the card. Okay. And those becomes our electronic key attachments. You want to do attachment links, maybe link this to Menace Toolbox. You could do that as well. An external link to a web page, you could do that as well. Or remember, you have our document management system. If you want to link it to a particular document that you're managing with our document management system, you could do that as well. So you could have multiple attachments, multiple links. Really depends on what you want to do, and that comes with the task card. So you could have all these attachments into the card altogether. Okay, so enough of task cards and engineering controls. Last thing I'll just talk about here is that we have an engineering control task card selection for your aircrafts and for things that are installed on your aircrafts, but we also have task card for shops. Okay, so you see here specifically shop task cards. Those really come from the EMM. So the engine manuals, we create shop task cards specifically for the shops, landing gear shops, things of that nature. Okay, that's our engineering module. Okay, let's go into planning. So now you have your maintenance programs, you have your job task cards, right? And you have your tails, and you want to see what's coming due. For that, we're going to use an application called Planning Control.
Sorry,
So planning control
about engineering.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, of course.
Can you demo how to we update the compliance of AD in the AD
okay,
state?
yeah. Yes. No worries. Thank you. So we are going to keep track of all your compliances. You might as well here, engineering compliance. We are going to keep track of all compliances. Let's see if you want to look at all ADs that have been complied. No, complied. Okay. That's a pretty good question. Thank you for asking. You're going to see that. Let's look at this one. Okay. Let's look at this one. The system is actually going to keep track of all the compliances, when the work was done, okay? When it was done, in what tail, and what work order, okay? And so it will tell you this was done by this particular user, okay? And that aircraft had this, how many total time, hours and cycles, okay? It was done on this particular day. It was done by Sandra White in this location on this date, hour, and minute. You could even go into the work order itself. So you could now start drilling down into the work that was done, and even go down into the tasker that was done and see which particular tasker was closed, and even look at the digital sign card that attached this task card that it complied for the CC. So you could actually look at all that information just by drilling down on our dashboards. Okay. Now compliances themselves, the way that they done is, of course, is once you create, they could be done in work packages. You could also do them manually if you want to. And there's something about, let me show you this. There's something about the ADs, and more importantly about what we call the engineering controls. And let's talk about our statuses, which I didn't cover too much in here, but we actually, so when you look at an AD, you could actually have ADs that are non-applicable, okay? Maybe they're applicable, but they're not embodied yet because you haven't done the modification, that they're open, or they have been complied, or they have been terminated, right? So if you look at a particular AD, you could look at the compliance. Compliances could be done for part numbers, as I see here, or could be done to the aircraft level. Really depends on the type of AD. It could be a part AD, or it could be an aircraft AD, right? Of course, compliances are going to be done from the work package system. So as you're completing the task, it creates a compliance. If you want to do it manually, I believe you could do a manual compliance as well if you have the security. Okay, so you could come here to the compliance window and you could actually create a compliance. It's open. So if you want to do it manually, you do have this capability. I would not recommend to do it this way, but you do have the capability to create a new manual compliance, or you do it from the compliance window altogether. So you could come here and create a compliance manually, as I'm doing here. Okay, creating that this was complied at this time. Hit save. Okay, or of course you're creating, put this to a work package. The work package has a job card. The job card gets completed, which completes the job, which creates a compliance. Okay. Now, if you wanted to see if you asking for the report, we do have our dashboard here that we engineering compliance, where you could look at all your compliances for ADs and for anything, basically. Okay, so you could look at all your compliances and just go to the dashboard. So you can say, okay, this is the AD that I'm looking for. I want to look at my compliance, and you could go to the dashboard and say, okay, this is when the thing was complied within the application. Okay, you want to export the data, you could export the data as I'm doing here. And if you want to look at reports, AD compliance reports, of course, we have tons of reporting, or make your own reports. You could go to, okay, AD compliance reports. And you could just look at the particular compliance for a tail, for a component, okay, through the reporting itself. So many ways that you could do your AD compliance. So here's a nice report. Maybe look at ADs. Just running a couple of reports for you. Okay, I'm going to look at what AD has been completed, what ADs I have open, and what AD has non-applicable. So I'm going to look at those three. And I might do that for tail 202. Just send it out to print. So I just send out a bunch of compliance reports. So if you want to look at your reporting, you could look at your reports as I'm looking here. You could look at the dashboard. So it tells you this AD, okay? What was the compliance number, when it was last complied as of this particular time and date, what the date that the total aircraft hours and cycles that it had when it was complied, okay? That particular AD. So you could take a look at that. And again, you could do this, you could create your reports altogether. Okay, let's take a look at this one.
Can we modify the AD status report?
Yes.
Track status report is quite uh, like a messy because there's a
Yeah.
you duplicate the header column, the
Yeah.
title column
Well,
in every AD
well,
numbers.
that's just one report. Like, look at this report, AC compliance print. You have your AD here, and then you have your AD. You have your AD document numbers, your description, when was the schedule. It tells you all your when was the last comply, when was all the compliances, and this is not duplicated. But you could change all the reports yourself. So any report that you see here, we have a lot of reports. You could actually go and change them. Okay. But I would recommend we'll go through the reports, and as part of the implementation, we'll go through the reports and we could pick which ones and what's the format that you guys want to use. Okay. So this is another example of another report. That's a little different. Okay.
And one question, and can we direct to the like database to update the couple of AD maybe?
Can you update the database manually, you mean? Like from the background?
Yeah,
No.
it's possible.
We don't allow. No. We don't allow that. We give you tools to update ADs. So if you want to create AD compliance from the manually, you could create manual compliance within the application. Okay. So you could go manual compliance within the application here. If you want to import compliance, so let's say you want to do manual, a lot of compliance automatically, rapid, you could just say Excel import here. Okay. And you're going to import, import EC compliances. So you're going to say, hey, let me get a report here, show me the format. And then you're going to use this CSV report, okay, to put your EO category, and you have fill out your ECs when they get complied, as many as you guys want in your this CSV, and then you upload this file, and the system will automatically update the database. But we do not let you go into the database and update with query SQLs. Okay, we give you tools to do it, like this.
Okay, get it. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. So you will see that throughout the application, you're going to get these imports and exports to manually update, rapid update massive data. You could do that within the application. Okay. But we do not let you go into the database and update queries. That's not allowed. It's not allowed. Good. All right. So I think we have we have a break in 5 minutes, right? Oh, no, we have a break in 1 minute. So maybe we'll take a break now. We have a break for 15 minutes. So I will take the break and come back in 15. Geraldo?
Sounds good.
Okay, let me ask the audience. Pak Andi, should we take a break or just continue, or only short one, like 5 or 10 minutes?
Okay, we take a break maybe in 10 minutes, Pak Dinos.
All right. Okay. Miguel, is it in your end 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay, you want to take a break for
Okay.
10 minutes? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 10:10.
Alright.
10:10.
All
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay.
Okay, everyone. So 10-minute break has passed. Is everyone back?
Yeah. I think we can continue.
Hey,
Okay.
perfect. Okay, so now I believe we're going to go to planning. All right, so let's look at some forecasting. Let's look at work package creation, daily checks, how that's being done. Okay, so let's do that. So for that, we're gonna go to the next application that we have within the system, and that will be planning control. So planning control is an application that comes from the EMRO module, and this is how you do your planning. So logging into the application, you'll log into a dashboard that will tell you what are the aircrafts that are coming due, anything that has passed due, anything that the maintenance items that are within threshold, anything that is coming due, how many defects you have open, how many work orders you have open. At the end of the day, you could do your do list, or we're going to cover what we call the interactive planner. So very quickly, within the interactive planner, you could actually see all the groundings, all the flights that the aircrafts are flying, so you guys are managing, okay? And all the white slots here are your groundings. So you could easily create a work order if you want to by just dragging and dropping like this, okay? And you could say, okay, maybe this is going to be overnight work. Okay. And I said save here. Now, one of the things you will see is that the work scope tab will come up, and you could just add to the work scope. The system will automatically tell you what are the tasks that are coming due. The system is plans for your entire maintenance program. You could look at any non-scheduled event that are coming due, so you could add those into the system. You could add what we call engineering controls. These are things that are scheduled for the aircraft. Maybe you could add that into the system. LRUs, what we call PNECs. So these are, PN controls. These are things that have to be removed from the application that are coming due. So maybe you want to add those into the system, or aircraft ECs, things that are coming due in those. See, the system will automatically add the priority based on the due date that is coming due. It will put things critical, no go, routine, urgent, depending on how many days is coming due. Another thing that you will notice is that the system is also going to put in, it's going to show you what are the skills required. Remember, all the task cards that we've created during the task card module also have skills. So these task cards get automatically added into the work packaging here. And you could see that the system will tell you how many aircraft technicians you have for that station compared to how many you're going to require. So this is all red for me. It tells you classification, how many ground time is required, is it ETOPS or not, what is the due date, and more importantly, any parts and tools that are required. The system will automatically show you that as well. So you could create a pick list or a reservation for that part of the tool and request for that reservation. And if the part is not there, then the system is going to create a requisition. Okay. So if you wanted to continue to add to the work scope, you can. So let's add these two items. Okay. Gives you some warnings here. Let me that's a minimum yield. So that's how you create things in the work package. Clearly, you could go very quickly and look at your work order details if you want to. So you can see how many tasks were added, what's in progress, the tasks themselves, any parts that are required, tools for that particular card. You could do that. Okay. Any parts, non-routines, all these things could be done into the application. Actually, I'm going to add some defects into here. So I'm going to create some defects. So I could add those non-routines. So I'm going to add some non-scheduled events very quickly. Okay, by looking at the skills that are required and the ground time that is required. So this is all one, so I have enough. I'm going to hit save. And now very quickly, I just created some non-scheduled events. Maybe this is a no-go. I'm going to set this one as routine, and this one as routine as well. The last two as routine. Okay. So right away, you see that I created some items and I created my work order. Now the system right away will tell you how much man hours is required, what is the ground time that is needed. Okay. Of course, you could move things forward and move things back. You could arrange it within the application. Okay, so you could start moving things one to the other, and you could create as many work orders as you guys would like. Okay, now things indicators. So let's say if I add a work order down here, and I start adding things that are overdue. Okay, so let's add some work package. And I'm going to add an item maybe that's overdue, like this one. So I don't think it's going to let me add any of these because of the switch. Okay, so this is overdue right now. Okay, let's see that the item's overdue. It requires some parts. I'm going to click my pick list, request my inventory, so requested a particular part from inventory. Okay, now you will see that this turns red. Well, it turns red because the indicator says that inside of, first of all, you have 20 man hours, more man hours that you have within that station. So that thing turns red. Your parts is yellow because you don't have the full set of the parts. You see that the parts have to be requested, and it gives you an indicator over here that of this clock, and what that means that there's a task that is going to be overdue by the time this work order starts. Okay, so now you have indicators as such. So that's how the system allows you to plan very quickly from an interactive way. You could sort this very quickly by tails over arriving flights, as I see now, or maybe by station flight arrival. Okay, you could actually just look at your things by location instead of by tails. So you want to look at this by station. You can see which stations and which locations you have work orders on. So you could look at that as well. Okay. You could sort it by overnight station. So that's the RONs. Okay. You could actually filter this information by the different type of work orders. So maybe show me only work orders that are A checks, or work order that C checks, or any type of category that you want to filter that on. You could see that as well with no problem. Okay. Perfect. You could also see things. You could filter how many days you want to see. So right now I have a couple of days, 1 day. But if I want to look at maybe a 3-day view, I could see that, no problem, 3-day flights, or I could see maybe a 7-day view. So my 7-day flights, I could scroll to the bottom, go to the right, okay? Or down all the way to a monthly view, where you could actually see everything by month. You could see all the work orders by month, so you could do that as well, no problem. So you could filter that pretty easily, okay? So you could take a look at that information, no problem. You could configure what's going to be, you could configure what's going to be in, what's going to be your priority. So you could say apply only, routine when it's more than 7 days, urgent when it's 5 days and below due, maybe critical when it's 2 days, and no-go when it's 1 item days. And you see that the task priority, the system will automatically put that in. Okay, within the application. That's how you do that, no problem. Okay, so that's pretty quickly. You could see, if you want to see anything that's red or anything that's turning red, you could just say, show me any discrepancy. The system will show you just the ones that have discrepancy, which they're all red. Let's see here, I have some part discrepancy. I have here a task overdue discrepancy. Okay, so I could very quickly see the information and take care of it. Okay. You could also see the do list. So let's go to the do list. Any questions to the interactive planner? When it comes to the do list, you could actually see anything that's coming due from the maintenance programs. I could say, well, show me anything that's coming due. And the system's going to show you infinitely from now to infinity, anything that's coming due. Okay, so the system calculates all your entire due package. When we call the planning query, the system will tell you when something next is due, when you have to plan it, and so on. The system allows you to do that. How did I pick here? Oh, okay, because I put multiple occurrences. Sorry. I selected this multiple occurrences. That means it's going to do every single occurrence from now to infinity for every single part of the next 12 months. That's gonna take a little while to run. While that runs, I'll do another planning query. No worries. Just do another do list. So I could run as many as these as I would like, because this is all running in different servers. I'm gonna go do list. Do not run multiple occurrences. Just show me what's coming due, the next due for my running task. Okay. Just run that and see what's my next do list. So very quickly I could see when something is coming due. What are the scheduled hours? What is the actual hours? What is the remaining hours? When is the due date for that particular task? Okay. So you can see that very quickly when it was planned. And it shows me anything that's unpackaged. It shows you the unpackaged schedules. When it was last complied, what's the category? A lot of functionality here. Any taskers that are attached to this, you could actually see your job cards, right? Remember those job cards are attached to task. You could see that and see what are the skills and the revision of the card. A lot of information here. And if you wanted to add this to a work package, you could select the ones that you want to add to the work package as such. Okay, and say I want to add to a new work package. And then the process is exactly the same as the interactive planner, which you could create a work package. Okay, put in the location that you want to plan it. TG Bay 1. Let's do this as a on which priority. Now the system automatically will add all those taskers into the work package. And you can see right away that in my task card, and I could actually see that I have all the manpower required. So I know the ground time, so that work order is good to go. Okay, so the system allows you to add work package from a do list, add work package from an interactive way. If you wanted to plan something in a graphical way, you could do that as well. But you could actually see when something's coming due. Okay, or maybe look at it on a particular different table. Sorry. You could look at on a table graphical view. You could do that as well within the application. So that's the do list. From a planning perspective, you could look at your maintenance operation board, which will give you now for all the locations, how many man hours are planned, how many man hours are available. Okay. And you can see here that I have a 70% already has been used. Okay. Where in JFK, in Bay 10, I have 176 that have planned, but only 16 available. So 1,100% overdue, over capacity. So you can look at your capacity very quickly from a resource point of view for daily and even if you include work orders hourly. Okay, so you can look at this dashboard or you could your estimates. So you could quickly see what are the estimates for particular work for particular location and site. You could actually see what's going on, what has been included, right? How much manpower do I have compared to how many has been planned? So I could take a look at that within the application. So I could do my resource planning right away. Capacity planning is also available within the application. So the system will tell you from all locations and sites, as you can see here, are you over capacity? Are you okay on capacity? So I see here that in Bay 10, I'm over capacity. I'm only supposed to have capacity of 2, but I have 3 work orders associated for that date and time. So I'm over capacity here. Where the other ones, I'm under capacity. So maybe I'll just move this work order from Bay 10 to line ramp, or maybe to Bay 6, no, Bay 6 under capacity. So I have here the CMB or line hanger W. I could move that one to here to here. I could see all my work orders. I also have the ability to look at all my hangers and the work orders and planes that are coming in, see where they're being turned, and I could place them in different locations. So this is more like a magnet board where you could place the tails, how they are parked inside, or how they're going to be parked within the application. Or maybe they're parked outside. You could say, well, this one's actually parked outside. Maybe it's parked over here in Bay 17 outside. So you could actually place them there. And as the tours are moving, they have the capability to move these as well. and say, okay, I put it in this location, okay? And you could do that within a particular magnet board, okay? Any questions to now when it comes to the planning query? Okay. Continue here with the inventory planner. You're able to, if you remember, we did all this inventory for the taskers and all these tasks associated to the tasker. So the system is able to inventory plan. So you could actually run an inventory plan for the next 120 days, which is what I did here, 120 days. Okay, and the system is able to see what are all the parts that are coming due in the next 120 days. Do I have enough? What is the quantity required? Do I have enough do I have enough balance? Looking at your available inventory, your part number, PO counts, how many are in repair, how many how many have been requisitioned, when are they planned for? So look at checks and balances of what you have on hand and when things are coming in within the inventory. If you look at the balance, you could actually see, oh, this one's out of balance. And I could create a requisition directly from here and say I want a requisition in JFK. That's what I buy. And create a rec. Okay. A requisition is an order for sourcing in our system. So when you do a requisition, then you could actually go in and create a purchase order of that. So we'll talk about that in a later stage of the demo. Okay. So now that created the rec, and now you'll see that there will be any more balance because now I created everything into balance because now we created a requisition to be purchased. Okay. So you could do inventory balance. You could do inventory planning within our system. You could do engine planning within our system. You could do short-term planning, and you could do long-term planning. So if you want to look at the long-term module, you could do that as well. By looking at your 5-year plan when something is due, this is more for your checks. And creating ground time, you could look at actually all your checks for the next 5 years by location. And you could actually see what is coming due for the next 5 years, right? And create work orders based on the slots that you have available within the application. You could also look at some resource planning, how many are available, how many parts are total availability. So you could do that with your long-term planning tool here. Basically, do long-term planning for your checks. As I'm running in, let me do a forecast. What checks are coming due, and you could create now your slots, groundings for those particular two, right? So you could say, I want everything to be planned out. A couple of configurations you could do. Maybe you want to check. Maybe you want to do everything nose to tail. What's your check durations? Some scenario checking here. Maybe you want to do nose to tail or give some buffer between locations. You could do that as well within the application. Okay, so a lot of configurations here for your long-term planning tool. Okay. Yeah, from your long-term planning tool. And then once you have your checks and your slots, you could actually go right ahead and move them from one location to the next if required. Okay, so that is your planning application. Any questions on the planning control?
Hey guys, I just wanted to add really quick. So just to summarize here, again, this is planning control. As Miguel mentioned, this is where we're going to be forecasting all those work packages coming up. We're going to be creating work order. We're going to be forecasting for parts, current requisitions for all the work packages that we're scheduling. And then coming up, we'll have the production control, line control, and shop control applications, which will be the applications used to manage and assign all those work packages that we're creating here from planning control.
Yeah.
So, again, all yours again, Miguel.
Okay, I have a question. Can somebody raise their hand? You have a raised hand for a question?
Hello, Pak. I just want to ask one question regarding the maintenance planning. Can you see the process of the aircraft maintenance using this dashboard? because when I see the dashboard, not to mention for the progress maintenance, maybe 5% or 10% or 90%. Can we just put it on this dashboard already? Is it possible to edit it?
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm hard to hear the question. Can you repeat the question? Is it about the maintenance planning activity?
Yeah, like we want to know the progress of the aircraft maintenance. Can we just show on the dashboard, not to click on the icon, and to know that the aircraft is already finished by 50%, 60%.
Yeah, yeah. If you wanted to see the progress of the package, you could definitely look at the progress of the package within here, the application. So one thing I'll show you on the execution side, which is the next application, will be the production control. We'll show you the flow and the progress of the package from a execution point of view. But from a planning point of view, you could always click on any work order that you see in here. You look at the work order details, and I will take you to the work order details dashboard. Things like, hey, how many days has it been open? How many taskers percentage has it been completed? What is the labor that has been allocated? How many taskers are open, closed, completed, or canceled? Basting for that. So you can look at these dashboards in here. You can look at the in progress of the cards. You could also look at the tasker statuses and see what's going on with the cards. So you could completely see the work order package statuses from this application. So clearly, just by drilling down into the onto the work package and clicking the work order detail up here, you could see that. Okay. Now, as you're creating the work package, let's go to the next application, will be the production control. Now let's execute these work packages. Now, production control is the application that we provide to you to now execute and see the progress of what's going on as the mechanics are progressing and closing out task cards. So very quickly, when you log in, you see a bunch of dashboards. You'll see what is, I know that I'm working on JFK. I see here a dashboard of how many taskers have been assigned versus unassigned per bay. I could see here what is a total completion versus open, so completed task versus open task cards. I could see here how many task cards are open versus how many are delayed. So see I have, a couple of taskers that are delayed compared to how many are closed for this particular work package. So I could have that tasker information, okay? I see that I have two work orders, one in bay 10 and one in bay 6. I have an aircraft 255 in bay 10, and I have aircraft 227 on bay 6. These are the work order numbers for those particular for those particular aircrafts bays, right? And I know this is an A2, a BC2. I have some work to be done in here. And now this is an HMB4 that I'm working on this particular card. This one has 16%, 2 days and 4 hours elapsed versus 13 days. So basically, this is a 13-day check, and 2 hours and 4 hours have been elapsed. In this one, I have 10% completion, 81 out of 760 cards, and I have labor 2% completed, 53 hours and 30 minutes. But I need to complete 2,272 hours. I see here some non-routines. So I have 52 non-routines that have been created on this work package. 27 of them have not started, 5 of them are in progress, and 20 of them are already completed and finished. And so I have some information in here. It also tells me some indicators for parts, tools, and engineering requests. Okay. Now, what I would like to do before I go into all the categories that you could do on the right-hand side, I would like to go into a little bit more on this work package, and let's navigate and learn a little bit more about this work package. I could click on that. Now it takes me to the work package. I could navigate my work packages up here if I want, one from work package to the next. But now I have my different categories on the top. The first, starting with my dashboard, I see that I have my different dashboards. I know that I have some shop work orders that I have created associated to this work package. So meaning for this work package, I send some parts to the shop. So I could actually see what's going on to those. Some are to repair, some I'll send to the shop, okay? I see here my non-routines, my work order, my overall check progress, how many task cards, how many routines, how many have been closed, how many have been canceled, my totals, what's my 2 days, what's my total percentage. And I see here a plan. So I have my plan of execution and I see my progress. Okay, so I'm not doing good. My first day I did good, and then my second day I'm plateaued. So I didn't do good here. I'm waiting for a lot of stuff. And I see my non-routine bar that keeps static. So I should actually see this rising and coming down because non-routines usually get created and then get closed out. This is my overall plan. The green is my overall plan, and the red is my progress. Okay, so I said I'm not doing good on my progress. I could break this down into different categories by skills: mechanical skill, bionic skills, structure skill, interiors, and I could go into those particular categories and see what's going on. So I'm 30% completed. I'm sorry, 11% completed for my mechanical. Okay, and I see what's going on. I could break that down. Same thing for my avionics. I could see that I'm 1081, and I could see what's going on with my avionics. Okay, so I could bring that down in the percentages. I could look at my work order phases and see what's going on with my phases. My post-doc seems to be okay. Pre-doc and the inspections, I'm not on time. Okay, and I'm right now in my non-routine phases, so something's going on here. That's where I'm a little bit delayed. Okay, so I could do that from my dashboard tab. On my planning tab, I could actually see my micro planning. So the system will micro plan this particular work package into a project plan. So remember those phases we talked about. So this post-doc phase and pre-doc phase actually attach a plan to this work order based on the work that I'm doing. And the system will automatically actually group my task cards based on that. So I see here that I'm delayed. Okay, I'm a post-doc. And I see here that I have some task cards that are supposed to start in a particular time. And as I move these forward, it will move my predecessors and successors. I could link some more predecessors and successors if I need to. Okay, so I could do that. And as I move these, I'll move the other ones forward as well. Okay, so I could now do my micro planning for this particular work order. Okay, so you can see that that is attached. And as I'm working on these particular phases of the plan, application allows me to create my critical path. So I could say here, what's my critical path that is required for this application? And it will tell me what is the critical path that is required for me to work on. Okay, before I create the critical path. Another things I could actually see what's going on is my manpower. So down here, I could actually see, break it down per skill per day. I know that I don't have enough aircraft technicians here for this particular work order area. Okay, I see here that I require 13, but I only have 12. Okay, in this one I require 36, but I only have 34 in this one day. So I have to do a little bit more micro planning and move some task cards around to move some of this work maybe to another day. Okay, so it doesn't get affected as I done here. Now it turned green. Okay, so I could do that. I could go into any part of these cards if I want to, look at the details. I could take a look at the details of the cards, say when something starts and when something ends, see if it requires any items, it requires any parts, okay, any predecessors or successors that are required. I could take a look at that very quickly within the application. I could definitely filter all these data out. I could create scenarios planning by creating multiple things and saving a baseline. So I could say I want to create a new baseline. Let me take a snapshot of the plan, and that creates my baseline. And I could start now doing some scenarios, moving things around. And if I ever wanted to go back to the baseline, I could just go to my revision control and select the baseline that I have created, and I'll go back to that particular baseline that I'm looking at right now. Okay. I could put, basically save my working hours that are working here. And if I want to see which parts or which task cards on the plan is waiting on parts, I could actually do that as well by quickly selecting the parts indicator. Now the system's going to look at all these different task cards, 1,500 cards, and look at which parts were waiting on, which task cards are waiting on parts, or could be delayed because of parts. So the system's analyzing right now the local inventory, how many requisitions, how parts have been updated or not, and it will tell you which task cards. So here I have now an indicator, and it tells me, hey, in this particular card, this task card, okay, this particular card in here is actually waiting. This non-routine is waiting on parts. I could double click inside. Okay, I have my parts indicator. It's waiting on a particular part. It's reserved, and I don't have enough available. So okay, I create a pick list and go and find out what's going on with that part. So a lot of way that you could micro plan within the application in here. Basically, this is works like um, a project planning tool that is built in with the application altogether. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay. As you are assigning task cards, you could see that you
Miguel?
could look at all your. Yep. Okay.
Hello.
Go right
All
ahead.
right. So I have just two questions. So, how does the planning tool account for an project for a non-routine work?
Okay, so that's a good question. You can see here that when this one I created non-routine phases. Okay, so a couple of things. So I created a non-routine phase where I could put in my non-routine work. One of the things that first of all I set up per location. So I'm going to show you this real quickly. I could set up per location. I go to my location and my work schedule. So first give me a second. Okay, so per location, I could put in what is my technical hours and shifts that I'm going to work on. And more importantly, what is the percentage of non-routine work that I'm going to do? So I'm going to say 30% non-routine work that I'm going to accommodate. And then when I go into my planning production system, my planning system here, I'm actually accommodating the work package altogether, okay, for that buffer. Now, what I've done is created also a couple of non-routine phases where as non-routines are being created, they'll go directly into the non-routine phase associated with it, okay? So that's basically how the system accommodates for non-routines. Any other questions on the micro planning here?
Right. Maybe my next question is, how does the track system schedule work while considering resource constraint, maybe including the availability of the labor, tooling, or any facilities slot?
Yep. That's a good question. So we do not the way that the work schedule is being done. So let's go here to resources. I'm just gonna skip ahead real quick. So if you look at your shift assignment work, okay, the first thing we're gonna look at who's working on those particular shifts. So right now I have no workers working on the shift, but you could see who's working on the shift, pick the worker that's working on that particular shift, see how many man hours they have already assigned to them. And we could do some auto assignments based on the person's skill. So we didn't talk about this within the demonstration, but one of the things that the system allows you to do is actually set up per employee. Okay, as you're bringing in your employees into the system through an interface, you could actually put in what are the licenses and qualifications, what are the licenses and when those licenses expired. Okay, and those are tied to what we call skills. What are the skills required? So I did show you that we have skills on task cards, right? So all the task cards have a skill to be signed off, either mechanical inspector or duplicate inspector, right? And now all the mechanics or the employees have a skill tied to their license. So we'll also we'll show you, I have an NDT skill. The skills could be by fleet, type, and series, all right? And they have an expiration date tied to a particular license. And this is based on their qualifications. I'm sorry, this is based on the training that they have completed. Okay, so the system is going to keep track of all their trainings, what training they have completed. Okay, so you look at all the completions of trainings, and the system's going to keep track also of what the experience of the person is by look at the experience log. So every time you work on a particular item, the system will track that and say, okay, this is a 2-year experience, but we'll go back all the way to to the beginning of time. It happens to be that we show 2 years here in this particular report. So you look at in this particular card, see how many task cards, what work was done, in what fleet type, in what type of scale, how many hours, how many times have they done it. We keep track of that experience log. Okay. So now when you look at the production control, this is how we do assignments, right? So if you look at auto assignments and you say, hey, based on the shift that you have today, assign 8 hours worth of work for everybody that's working on that shift. And we could auto assign for a particular work order. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yep. Okay.
Any questions?
Cool.
Yep. Now going back to the work order planning. So let's take a look at that. So you see here, the system will tell you what taskers have been assigned, which tasker has not been unassigned, how many remaining man hours and technician man hours have to be assigned, and we compare that to the shift and package, okay? All right, now going back to the work package, the work order, if you want to manually assign instead of auto assign, you could do that as well, okay? So if you wanted to manually assign a task card, you could always go to your task card tab and you could see what are the taskers that are happening. In a particular card, you could just pick on the card itself that you want to assign, and you could auto assign a person that's working on the shift. So look for myself. Here we go. Tells me these are my skills. My skills matches. I have aircraft technician, and I have aircraft technician that is required here. So I could assign that card to Miguel. Okay. So I could do that if I want to do that manually. I could group assign. So I could maybe assign to a group of people who are working on. So I could assign this card to a group of people on that shift. So I could do that as well. Okay. So I could assign it to different groups of people. And you could group people. I'll show you that in a bit. How do you group them using the project team? But I could say, hey, all this group of people work on the left-hand side. So in a particular area, right? So I'm going to look for a card that is in a particular area, and I'm going to assign all the cards by area. So I could do that as well. Okay. Depending on how you work. So that's group assign. You could assign different phases, as I talked about. So you could see all the phases, how when something is going to work. So you could assign different areas and phases, as I see here. Okay. You could make a task critical if you want, just by checking the card. Okay. You could put some skill categories and say what's going on, the status of this particular task card. That's how you track that maybe different statuses and progresses. So you could put that into the application here, and you could add different comments. So the comments are going to be done for the turnover report. You could actually create different notes, okay? Based on the work. And if you click report, that's going to create a note to the turnover report. You could have as many notes as you guys would like. Okay. And you will see now that application will show you those notes, okay, within the comment window. Okay. So you could actually see these notes within the comment window. You could see who's being assigned. And by the way, this is how we're going to build now the turnover report. Any non-routine that gets created is going to go to the non-routine tab. And you can see all the non-routines that are created. And non-routines have a verification process. As non-routines get created, you could go and click verify. Now you could do various things. You could change the description or the work that needs to be done, right? Because the mechanics enter this. You could enter your items or your steps. You could verify those. You could add your man hours. Okay, maybe that the mechanic failed to enter in here. Okay, attach it maybe to a particular MPD task that you want. Authorize this. And now you could go into your costing. So you can say, well, how much this is going to cost me, right? Do I have to send it to the customer if it's third-party work order or not? Okay. So I could approve the costing. I go right ahead and authorize the final step, maybe add some parts if I wanted to add some parts. Maybe some parts that are required. Look at a particular part. And authorize my parts. Okay, and final authorize, I'm going to authorize the whole thing. So I just created a full authorization of a non-routine. Now, just because I authorized the non-routine, I could send it to the customer. The customer now needs to approve it. So this will get to customer. to be approved or not. Okay, and then the customer approves it or rejects it and sends it back to me. And if I don't send it to the customer based on the contract, it gets automatically approved, and so on. So that's a non-routine tab. Parts tab, it shows you all the parts required for that particular check package. And this is a dashboard that now you could track what's happening with the parts. Right away, it tells you what is the part that is required and what is the sequence of the task card, because we sequence out of the task card, sequence number, what's the task card number, has it been verified or not? Is also required, is it reserved? Is it repair return? Is it customer provided? You could change that here. What's the quantity required? What's the quantity that has been issued to the work order? What's the quantity that has been reserved? So this is the quantity available. I'm sorry, what's the quantity available that I have in my system? And then you could track now how's the quantity been received on the bay. Just because it was assigned, it was issued, doesn't mean that it has been received on the bay. So you're going to put in has been received, and we actually have a receiving process, part receiving process that you could do scanning. As the part gets received, you could just scan the barcode and it receives it into the bay for you. Okay. What's the drop dead date that you require for this particular part? What is the pick list that you send out to your system? Okay. Or has it been action? So right now this is in progress. If it's been shipped, what's the ship via, right? What's the airway bill? And you guys, again, you could customize your columns and you could view which columns you want to see. Okay. So maybe I want to see the category of the part. So I just add that. And you see, add the category. If I want to take out the category of the part, or maybe I want to take out the item number, I could just take out the item number. You could fully customize this window as to your liking. Okay. As you're finding issues, you could actually create what we call an engineering request. So maybe you are finding issues and you need to send an engineer. You need to send the engineering how to fix it. You say, hey, can you contact the OEM, figure out how to fix this because I cannot find it in the manual, or figure out the instructions for me. You could create an engineering request form, pick a card, or it could be a non-routine or a defect, right? Both are applicable within the application. That may be NR14. And I want to assign it to the project management team. I want to assign it to Charles. Put a due date of the 19th. Okay. And I want to put a category here of non-routine. And need to know. Fix. You could add any type of documentation. You could add photos, videos, or you could upload photos, videos, documentation of what you need, right? For them to have the information into their system, okay? Or you could create a digital form and save the form, and that's gonna send now requests to the engineering request form. Okay, so that goes into the EMRO system, and they have in engineering, they have their own queue called engineering requests. Okay, that they actually see now all the requests that came in. Okay, and those requests that came in, this is the first one. Okay, this is for the one that I created just today. And you could actually close out this, put in a task card for a correction task card, send some documentation on it, or you could send some notifications back and forth to start chatting about what's going on with different attachments. So it's like a more of a back and forth creation on engineering request. Any questions up to now?
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So tons of information. Okay.
Can you show me the connection between the work order into the supply chain scenario? Like how if the work order already created, then receive the material, how to fulfill the demand from the order?
Okay, so if you have a work order created and you have materials that is required, yes, good. So all you have to do is, when a work order is created in here, if you want to now request this material to be demanded, right? You're gonna create what we call pick list all, and that's gonna do two things. First of all, it's going to put the critical. It's going to do two things. It's going to look at an inventory. If you have quantity available in inventory, it's going to create a pick list, meaning it's an order for picking for you to send to the location. So it's going to reserve a part. So let's take a look at this pick list and I'll show you how it works. If there's no inventory, it's going to create what we call the requisition. And a requisition is going to be an order for sourcing. And I'll talk about how you actually go and fulfill those. Okay. So I'm going to move out of here and I'm going to go into the EMRO system. So if you have a pick list, so a warehouse team is actually going to get an order for picking, and they're going to get that in an electronic way in an inventory transaction, or they go get a printout in their printer. So if we go to inventory transaction and we go here to JFK and I go to pick list issue, I'm going to get my queue here and I see for my work order, let's go 650. Okay, 650, 050. I see all the pick lists that I have to request. So from here, I'm going to fulfill this item, select into the pick list. The system automatically has reserved a part for me. So if I look at this batch, before I show you the pick list, let's go into the batch number itself. So all parts in our system have a unique number, which is a patch number. And you will see here that it says 7 available and 38 reserved, okay? And 38 reserved is because if you look at the inventory transaction, it actually created a pick list which reserved some parts for me to consume for that work order. So it saves some inventory for me, okay? So that's how the system does it. So it puts in quantity available to quantity reserve, and it saves the inventory. So when you go to the pick list now, you can say, okay, this is the part that I'm going to find. That particular part number is in this bin. I'm going to go grab on the bin. I'm going to select the parts themselves, and I'm going to issue it to Miguel. Okay, so I'm doing a manual issue. I'm going to hit save, and then that actually issues the part to the mechanic, which is Miguel. Now, as I'm grabbing my pick, I could do that as well. This one. Yes, I could say, well, this particular part number, I found the badge itself, and I went and I put it in the box. I'm going to mark it ready for pick. Okay, I'm going to mark this ready for pick. I'm going to mark this ready for pick. And what that's doing is sending a notification back to me, to the mechanic, to say, hey, this is ready to come pick up. And when the person comes to pick it up, because I put it in my box, I could go inside and I could issue it to the mechanic. Okay, by saving the mechanic's name over here, and that gets automatically issued to that person. Now, let's say that now you go into this pick list. Sorry, let's say you go into this pick list. A good example here. And I look at this particular part number, but this batch number, I don't see it in front of me, okay? So I need to change that part number. So you could do the change key. The system will suggest what are the new badges that are required for you to pick for that part, okay? And you could actually send, the system will suggest the new batch that's in front, and you could type in the new batch that you are selecting, and it's gonna swap the parts for you. So that's how you fulfilled a pick list. Any questions on that? So that means you have parts in inventory, you went to reserve, mechanic went and grabbed it from the from the warehouse, or there's a runner that takes it to the warehouse. Okay, I mean to the bay. Any questions on pick list? Okay, so if there's no questions on pick list, let's talk about requisitions. So requisitions are orders for sourcing. So that's going to go into a requisition module. If you look at a requisition module, what I will show you here is that I'm going to go to the buyer's queue. So the buyer's queue is going to be all the parts that have been reserved, all the parts that have been requested by the different types. I know that there's 210 AOGs, 13 COC, one that's critical, and so on and so on. So I can look at my parts here by priority and by my request date. Now, what I could do within this part number is click my requisition analyzer. And my requisition analyzer, which shows me now group all the parts that are the same. So I could see here, so I could create a multi-order, and I could see how many of these parts I have available. So in this particular system, I know that it is requesting a part in this location, but I know that I have in another location over here in Miami. So what I could do is create a transfer order. So the first thing I could do is create a transfer order from one location to the next. Okay. So I could say I want to request this location, and the system automatically creates a transfer order. If I wanted to buy a part, let's say I want to buy this part, you could just click on the purchase order. Okay. The system, you could create a purchase order. One other thing the system allows you to do is put in what are your preferred vendors, what are your contracts that you have set up, what are your contracts you already have for vendors. And here I have a contract with this particular vendor that gives me lead days 30 days, and that's my contract vendor. So I'm going to create a purchase order out of here. I could put my unit of measurement. Actually, I don't need to put any of that. The system will auto populate. I could put in my B2B ID, my transaction number, because I'm sending this electronically. Okay. Okay, good. And you can see here now that it takes me to, I could have a multi-order line. So in our system, you could have multiple orders, multiple lines of one particular order. And it tells me there's no warranty, no problem. I could go right ahead. What's my delivery location? I'm going to put JFK. So I could have drop shipment.
And something worth noting, based on the configuration that we have in the system, it will prevent us from proceeding if we don't have all the information required as per our requirements. Okay, so in this case, we were missing some fields because we were just going through the example. So if something is missing, the system will always highlight and let you know that you are missing a field, so you can go in there and add the information or fix the information if we enter something wrong. So this is part of the validations that the system has and prevents us from inputting wrong data into the system as well, which is very important.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, nothing quickly here because the system knows that the request came from a work order, or right. So the system is going to reserve. You could say, hey, I want to auto reserve this material that is being reserved for the particular work package that I'm working on as well. So you could auto reserve it. That's what I'm doing here. So yeah, automatically. Yeah, go right ahead.
How about supply scenario if we have a contract like a pooling, consignment, just in time, and extra? It is possible to handle in the tracks?
Yes, it's possible. If you are pulling or consignment materials, what you do is that you create your inventory update. You're going to put in PN pool, you're going to put in all your pooling contracts. So in here, you're going to say, hey, I have a pooling contract with Lufthansa Technique. Okay. This is the vendor that I'm putting it in. It is for a particular location. And you could put in what is the part that you are pulling. Now the system will automatically create, you could say automatically create an exchange order. So we trigger now a request for that part, is going to bring down the inventory and send out exchange orders. You could exchange it. Now, the system does keep track of which parts are already in your system from consignment. Maybe Lufthansa put a bunch of parts for you in inventory for you to use. Okay, so you could do that as well. If you look and say, hey, show me all the parts that are consigned into my inventory that are in JFK, you'll see that the system will give you tracks all the parts that are in consignment. Okay, so that's fine, and it tells you who's the owner. Okay, if of course you could have parts, you could have consignment that you are holding for a pooling agreement, right? That you could use. You could also have parts that are not on consignment that are practically they are being managed. Maybe you're managing parts for an MR for your third party for your customers. You could do that as well. You could manage some inventory for your customer. That means it's still those, you still don't own it, still has an owner, but you're managing it for a customer that you're doing third-party work for. So we manage all of those within the application. So we manage consignment, short loan, pool, a contract. You could have a contract for POs, or you could have a managed tools. These are all things that the system manages today. Okay.
Sir, for the pooling contract, it is possible to make a segregation that this contract pooling is limited for the selected customer. Let's say for Lufthansa is selected only for CityLink and extra.
Okay.
It is
Let me
possible
check.
to make a limitation.
Yes, let me check. So I know that you have let me create a new pooling agreement. So our pooling agreement could be done by repair, could be a exchange pooling agreement, could be power by the hour agreement, could be a repair agreement, okay? Could be an exchange agreement. You could say the owner to be now CityLink, or in this particular case, I'm gonna say Air Canada. So really, I'm doing a pooling agreement for Air Canada, okay? And this is going to be an exclusive agreement, contract reference. Okay, and I want it auto exchanges. That means that this is going to automatically create an exchange. But I want the vendor that's going to do the exchange, I want this to be Lufthansa. Okay, so this contract is with Lufthansa, and I don't know how to spell it. Okay, let's put here, this particular contract doesn't really matter. Take aerospace, and you can put in now, it has to be a couple of things. So now this is going to be for a location. Okay, I want the priority of this exchanges to be critical, and I'm going to pay on currency USD. Okay, it's going to be returned within 3 days, and I have 5 days lead days. Okay. So I could create a contract specific for one of my customers, right? So I don't own that. So it becomes one of my customers, but the vendor that we're providing the pool is Lufthansa, or in this particular case is this vendor. And now you actually could provide which part number. So in our system, you have to identify which are the parts that you have in this contract one by one. So you could say, I have a particular part number that is identifiable. Okay. So now whenever this part is required for that customer, we're going to trigger an exchange of this pool agreement. Okay. Does that make sense?
Okay, sir. And then one more question, sir. Is there any scenario to make a priority of the source? Let's say we have a contract, we have and then a just-in-time contract, and also we have a supplier. How to manage the priority of the vendor based on the demand come from the order? It is possible to make a priority. Let's say should be contract first.
Okay, so I think what I'm understanding you say is like the priority of how you pick the inventory from your warehouse. So the way that the system does it is going to look at different priorities. The first thing is going to check to see if you already have quantity on hand for the inventory that you're looking for. Okay.
I mean the source for the vendor priority, source priority. When we put the purchase order, it is possible to make a priority that the contract, it should be the first priority, then maybe the supplier, maybe the manufacturer, distribution supplier, and extra. For the vendor, source priority. When we put a purchase order.
Okay, so let's go to a purchase order. I'm not sure what you're asking me, but I think you're asking about the vendor. If you could set up some preferred vendors, maybe preferred vendors. What's the preferred vendor or the order?
Yes. Yeah. To make a priority, which one should be come first?
Yes, so you could do that within the system. So you could do that. That's in the part number master, or in vendor. You could do it both ways. Okay, and you could say, okay, for this particular. Let me do it by vendor. So for a particular vendor or PN, you could go both ways, but I'm going to go by vendor. So let's say I have a vendor here, okay, that are going to have a vendor that I'm going to set up. And this particular vendor is a supplier for me, okay? And I could put in now a couple of things. First thing that I could put in is what is the contracted parts that I have for this particular supplier. So these are all my contracted parts. And I could set up that this particular part number, okay? This particular part number, I'm the preferred, I'm the preferred supplier. So that's gonna come first. That's the one that I want to buy for. And I could even say that I'm under contract. So if I'm under contract, what's the contract number, right? And what is the lead days that I'm giving? What is the cost that I've been given for this particular part number? So I could set that up within the system. And you could set that up all the parts that this particular vendor will come up with. You could have as many suppliers as you guys would like, but only one could be your preferred supplier. So in our system, only one could be the preferred supplier for that particular part number. And what happens is that when you create a PO, I think I show you that, but when you create a purchase order, so when you go to requisition and you're looking at your buyer's queue, and you're looking at your buyer's queue, right? So let's look at this particular part number, okay? And you're looking at your rec analyzer. Let's look at this part number. Look at this part number, and you're analyzing your requisition. As long as you say here, you create a purchase order, okay? The system will bring up here what is your preferred supplier, and will give you a list of priorities of the suppliers that you want to do, okay? So that's how the system does it. It will give you the list of suppliers that need to be bought, okay? So
Okay,
the system does allow you to do that. Yep. Okay. Any other quick questions here on inventory that you guys might want to see? Okay. So I'm going to go very quickly into electronic task cards because that's something that I want to show you. So as I'm getting the task cards, I assign them to technicians, I assign them to mechanics. Okay. Now I'm going to go how to execute those cards in an electronic way. Right. So basically what I'm here is in my iPad. This is my iPad solution. Okay. And what I'm looking at in my iPad is my task.
Miguel?
Yep. Got question? Yes. Okay.
I have
Go ahead.
some question about inventory. Can you show me
Okay.
a stock overview in your system? And
Of
how
course.
about survive stock overview for the stock material?
Yeah. Stock overview. How much inventory you have? So I'm gonna go to
Yes,
inventory transaction. Yep. Inventory transaction. You could always click on inventory transaction. This is where you would look at all your inventory. I'm just gonna hit find. So it says show me all material that is in JFK. Okay. Again, that's, if you wanted to do that, the system will show you all material that's associated. Will show you the status of the material, where is it located, what bin is located, what's the batch number, which is a number that we put in within the inventory. What's the part number, serial number, how much quantity is available, how much quantity is in reserve, in transfer, in receiving inspection, in repair, unserviceable, missing, or on hold. So I'll go talk about all these different statuses, okay? You could go into the details of the material and you'll give you now some information about that particular part number. Like the part number, what's the description, what's the category, unit of measurement, how much inventory. So we know that it's in this bin. We have 2 in this particular bin. When was it physically counted? It was counted last 2018, okay? From an accounting point of view, how much does inventory cost? What's your average cost? What's your actual cost? What's the journal entry that we're calculating this in? Was calculated in CAD. Does it have warranty or not? This one has not. And then we're going to keep track of all the inventory transactions. So Trax keeps track of every transaction from birth of the part, so when the part was received, okay, all the way to the last transaction. So piglets, it was issued, it was reserved, it was counted, it was returned, right? It was sent out on repair, it was compliant. Well, this one's unexpendable. It was counted wall to wall, it was bin transferred. All these things are being tracked as different transactions, and you could go into this transaction and actually see who performed it at what date at one time and what happened to those, okay? Now, if you look at a rotable, let's look at a rotable like this one here. Of course, now there's a rotable part. Oh, there's a tool, by the way. It's a rotable tool. It will tell you things like, hey, is that under warranty? Well, this one has warranty. It will tell me the warranty. So the system keeps track of all your warranty, and you could do warranty claims, right? For warranty claims for repairs, warranty claims for purchasing. You could even do warranty claims for the aircraft itself. Transaction histories is what I wanted to show you. We'll show you from PO receipt. This one's actually missing, so somebody said it was missing. That means that when they went counter, they couldn't find it. Okay, and that missing turns you into a missing process. That's why it's missing. Okay, so if you wanted to do global inventory, so you want to see, hey, how much inventory is globally within the application, you could always do that. You could go to global inventory quantity and say, well, for a particular part number, let me see. Let's look at this terminal. And I could say, well, how much do I have globally for this particular part number? So you could take a look at that. There's none. Let me take a look at the. Okay. So how much inventory is globally? And very quickly, the system will tell you at every single location. By location here, I have 2 in Miami. I have 47 in JFK. Total inventory. Okay, total rotating inventory spares is 82. Okay, I have 2 that are on loan. I got 2 that are pending technical records. That means that they're ready to write into the system. And 2 that are pending inventory. So very quickly, you could see that. Now, throughout the system, you could actually see that the technicians. So any questions on this, on the inventory itself, before I continue? Okay. One of the things that you would, yeah, of course, go right ahead.
Yes. How about your system control set life in the warehouse? Can you explain to me?
For inventory count is what you want to know? Inventory count?
No. For safe life control. So the material have a safe life, and how does your system control the safe life material?
Safe life material. Oh, shelf life. Yeah. Shelf life. Yeah. Of course. Thank you. No worries. So shelf life is controlled within our application. So let me show you that. No worries. So one of the things that you will see is that, first of all, per part number. So we go to the part number master. Okay. As we're putting in the part number master. Okay. As you're putting in the part number master, you will see that the system you could put in that this part number is shelf life controlled. And you could say, hey, this is shelf life control. It has 365 shelf. Okay, you could put a minimum life percentage of what you want it to be. You could even put in some shelf life notes that will come up that information gets put in. Now, as I'm purchasing this particular material, so let's look at that. And anyway, if I search any of this material, you will see that the system is going to keep track of. What is this? Let's go to inventory transaction. So first you set it up in the part number master. Then I'm going to, here we go. As I'm grabbing any of these materials, okay, that are the same part number, you will see that the system is going to keep track of what is the shelf life, right? What is the shelf life? So here I have, actually, the shelf life has already expired. This is 4/02/2021. Things like tools calibration and shelf life is controlled within the application. If it's hazardous, the system will tell you that as well. Okay, so shelf life could be controlled with the application altogether. Now, I think because, let me show you this other thing as well. So you could have multiple shelf life controls as well. So you could have one control that is pretty straightforward as, like here's a shelf life everything 365 days. And you could have something called, in our system, called a shelf life control. And a shelf life control is actually when the part is installed on the aircraft, it's not applicable anymore, of course, but when the part is removed of the aircraft, then you could have a shelf life control that is controlling the shelf life altogether. So you could say, hey, this is a shelf life control, okay? And I want this shelf life control to be now 150 days. So now I have a 360, oh, sorry, what is this? PN control. I don't want this to be general. That already exists. Okay. So I have two controls for this particular part number. I have a shelf life control for 160 days. Okay, 150 days. And I also have a general shelf life for 365 days. So you can control multiple shelf life if you would like within the application. Okay. Okay, does that answer your question? Any other questions on shelf life?
Okay, thank you for your answer for the shelf life. And now I want to ask one more regarding for the inventory check. How we manage the inventory check for the warehouse? And can you show me inventory check?
Interchangeability. Inventory check. Yes, we could do inventory check.
Inventory check,
So,
yes.
Okay, so we do inventory check is what we call physical inventory counts in our system. So if you look at physical inventory count, you could actually generate physical inventory counts from now all the way to a year from now. And basically what you do is say, hey, I want to count a particular location, okay? And maybe count that location to be a cycle count or to be a global count, okay? And I want it to be from bin. I want it from bin wall 01 to maybe wall 6, okay? And I want this to be, I want to count number of items, I don't care. So I could go right ahead and create this count. This is gonna generate a count into the application. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna generate now the count into the application, okay? And basically what this does is generate a inventory count. And the inventory count now, if you go to the inventory count window, okay? I could pick out the inventory count generation that I just did. Okay, as you can see here, okay, let me just pick one of these. The system will tell me now which are the parts that were generated by the count. So now this, of course, now could be this is a blind count. You could go in and put in what is the parts that you're counting. We do this in an electronic way if you like as well. So say, hey, I generated this part, I counted one of these, right? Because these are serial numbers. Okay. And when it comes to expendables, you could actually go in and say, well, these are expendables. I generated 10 of these. Now the system's going to look at those counts as you're saving them in here. Okay. And it's going to compare to the counts that you have already within the application. So as you can see here, you're putting a blank count. Doesn't tell you how much you have quantity on hand. It just tells you how much are you counting within this window. Okay. Another system's going to look at these counts. Okay. And it's going to compare it and it's going to say, hey, if something is missing, do you want to adjust it? Yes. Or do you want to proceed with a recount? So I could say, no, I want to do a recount and I want to send it to somebody else to do accounting. So there's a whole process of inventory counting. Now, the count themselves, as I mentioned, you could create these a year in advance. I actually generated some last year. Let me show you that. And then we have this physical count dashboard. Physical down dashboard that basically tells you from week to week, what is the counts necessary to be done. Okay, this is actually, it was last year that I did it. Sorry. I'm just going back to different weeks. This year I didn't do it. So you have different weeks that you could do count. The system will tell you what are the counts necessary for that particular week. Okay. So you could actually go and generate the different counts, go to the different week dashboard, and it will tell you here what is the different counts that you have to count for that week. So you could actually generate your cycle counts. Cycle counts could be set up automatically based on parts category as well. Okay. So that's how you do your physical count generation. Okay. Any questions on physical counts, inventory counts?
Sir.
Good. Good.
Can we
Okay.
export or print the report into the Excel or the PDF?
Yes, yes, of course. You could create those in
Can you
PDF. Yeah,
show?
so yeah, yeah. Instead of doing instead of using the dashboard, you want to use the PDF report. Yeah, of course. So let me show you that. So go here. Actually, that should have generated a physical inventory count. So you see physical inventory count print. Okay. So okay, this one didn't generate. Let me print out a physical inventory count for you. Inventory print. Okay. Physical inventory print. With the same count number that I have here. Okay, and I'm gonna generate this report. So yeah, so you could just generate the report if you guys would like, and then come back into the system. Or you could take this, as I mentioned, you could run this on a phone, okay? And if you look at a particular phone, as you're getting smaller, the system will automatically shrink, okay? So if you are looking at the physical inventory account window that I talked about here, okay, you will see that this now will turn into a smaller window that you could use with like a small device or a tablet. Okay, so let's take a look at the same count number. Okay, so I could take this on the go. You can see here that I could actually take this and I'll have a smaller device that I could just take this on the go and count within the same application. Or I could print out my report, as you mentioned. And let's see here, physical inventory count generation. And I could see here I have my physical count print that tells me, hey, this batch number, this location, and this bin go counted. It's supposed to have this location. Here's the batch. Write down what the count number is. Okay, and again, this could be customizable. So you could use the canned print that we have today, or you could use the dashboard altogether. Okay.
Thank you, sir. One question again, please. Regarding the maintenance progress at the board, can we also print the maintenance progress into the PDF for Excel?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question right now? I'm having a hard time hearing you. I apologize.
Like, can you show me how to print the maintenance progress into the PDF or the Excel? The maintenance progress does work.
Maintenance progress. You want to know the progress of
Yeah.
the maintenance, and you want to see that in PDF as well? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I did. That's what you want, a print of the maintenance progress. Okay. So first of all, we do have a tons of dashboards for this. So if you look at any maintenance progress, look at a work order, 650050. Let's look at the same work order we were looking at. Okay. If you want to look at the progress of this work order at any time, you could always go to our status dashboard. Okay. And you could actually see in real time, without creating a report, what's going on with the status of the report itself. Like how many cards have been created, how many times have been completed. All these things are generated with a report, with the dashboard altogether. So it's better to use the dashboard instead of a report. But if you want to create the report, you could do that as well with no problem. So I'll show you how that works. Okay. Okay. Well, this dashboard is being generated. Let me generate the dash. Let me go to the report.
Yeah. Can you export this file into the PDF?
Yeah, you could export all in PDF and in Excel. Yes. So this is gonna go to um, print. You go to work order print. Okay. And in work order print, you want to look at either your man hours report or your easy compliance reports. Look at where is it? Work order auto print now.
And again, worth noting, all these reports, these are standard reports that we have ready to go. And again, remember, we have Jasper reports, which is a license that we give to you guys, and you're able to create any customized reports or dashboards, and it's fully integrated with the MRO. So you can create the reports. Those will be listed within this print windows, and you can just go ahead and generate the reports at any moment. And also some good functionalities that we have is that, as you can see here in this same window, we have something that says schedule prints. We can also have this report scheduled to be generated at specific times. Let's say every Monday at 7 a.m. I want this report to be generated, or every 2 hours I want a specific report to be generated. So we can schedule reports to be generated in specific intervals. And again, you can create your own customized reports as well and add them to the list. So what you're seeing here is just standard reports that we have ready to go without the need of any extra work from customization in Jasper.
Right. So this is a good example here where you could have a work order tally of what's going on. You could look at all your task cards, the revision, what's the task card number, and it tells you, hey, what's going on, what's the status, when was it completed, who signed it. So you could take a look at this report very quickly. Okay, this is all your cards. This is a simple report. I created a couple of reports for you. So I did this one. I did work order print index. That just gives you a little bit of the status. When did it start? When did it end? Right? It gives you a generalized report here. We have work order print detail. That again tells you now a little bit more information about the work order. So it tells you the work order header, what the category, what's the status, when did it start, when this is scheduled to start and complete, actual start, actual completion. And then it goes card by card. What's the status of the card? Is it open? Is it closed? Is it required inspection? How many man hours? What's the material cost? What's your sequence number, right? What's the title? So now it gives you a little bit more information about the work package altogether. Again, remember, all this information are standard CAN reports. And if you wanted to export this in Excel, you could do that as well by clicking our Excel button, which generate your Excel reports right away. Okay, and it will show you now all the same information, but in Excel. Okay. Now, as I mentioned to you, I think the best way to do this instead of looking at all these reports is really to take a look at some of the dashboards that we have. Yeah, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Question? Do you have a question? Okay, so I think the best way to do these things are by looking at our dashboards. So if you look at our dashboard, like cost variance reports, work order status report, work order actual dashboard, you could actually see how much labor you guys have spent it out. You could say, okay, how much labor are per each one of these tasks? What's the skill? What is the manpower that we use, right? What's the cost? This is a third party, what are we selling this for? What's the total sell, right? You could actually go link on all the materials. What's the material that has been issued for this particular work order? How much have we spent on this particular material? What is the type of material? What's the quantity? How much is it costing us? How much can we sell it for, right? All these things have been done. How many things are in rental? How many materials, how many ad bills do I have? How many exclusions and work orders and repair orders? So this is a quick dashboard that lets you do that. If you want to print this, you could always print this into a report. Okay, let me send that out. Other type of dashboards you could see is things like the cost variance report or sales reports. So let's take a look at that. So this is now a dashboard again that tells you, hey, per material, per labor, per card, what's going on, how much material was spent, how much of the labor, how much is the labor cost, how many repair order exchange orders I've created, what's the estimated versus actuals. Again, you're comparing those two. Could create reports out of this as well. So all of these have a interactive dashboard that gives you more information, but at the same time, you could send that to be a report if you want it to be that way, right? But at the end of the day, I think it's best to look at the data in real life time. But again, you could create any type of report that you might want. as I showed you, and you could out of those reports, you could customize them the way that you guys want it to look like. Okay, so you have your work order actuals prints. Okay, as I show you here, or you have your cost variance reports. And just like the dashboard now is a PDF, it's a dashboard that has your logo. You could email it and send it out within the application. Okay. Any other questions you guys might have about inventory, production, reporting?
Can you show
Oh,
report
Miguel.
for last the next two compliance report, Pak? For last the next two maintenance program?
Yes, you could create last done next to compliance report. That's no problem. That's more a couple of ways to do that. So that the first thing is you could look at our planning here, run all your do list for that particular plan. Sorry, let me look at the planning. Let me show some of these down. It's too many windows. Okay, let's take a look at our planning. Okay, and I'm going to look at my do list. So show me everything that's coming due within the report. I'm going to hit run for this. And I'm going to generate a report, maintenance due report. So I'm going to go to prints and I'm going to say, show me the maintenance due report. Send that to print. Maybe send maintenance due index. Okay. So I send out a couple of reports for you to be printed out. At the same time, I'm going to go to EMRO. This one doesn't have it. It's still being generated. I could go into my engineering print, engineering control print. This is called the yeah, last compliance. That's the one that I want. Last compliance. There we go. So let me run the essential compliance last reason. Okay, that's gonna give me a particular report. I want to do all my things and I'll do it for a particular tail. So let me send that to run. Okay, so there are a lot of ways to actually generate this particular reports. Shouldn't be a problem. Being generated. Let me wait until these reports get generated. You can see an example here of a last compliance reason. So here will tell you, hey, this particular EC, okay, this is when this is next, or here in this window will tell you when it's next due. So right now it is scheduled to be 900 hours. Next due in this particular hours is due in 2028, and the last compliance was done here. Okay, so you could actually do this for all your engineering controls. Last done needs to report. So you could look at a particular report like this. Okay, or again, you could look at your report coming from the maintenance to print, as I mentioned here. You could actually see all your due information and click your maintenance to print, which is basically going to tell you when something is when something's scheduled to be due. So you could say, okay, I want to look at my maintenance to report. Okay. And it will show you now, like here, will show you, hey, this is a particular task, when it's going to be done, and it was when it was last complied. So this is when it's next going to be due. Okay, and it tell you when it's last one is going to be complied. So you could do this from the planning query. You have a report like this, or you could do this from engineering. We'll tell you the last compliance, last report. So both informations, I think, is what you're looking for. Okay. Any questions on that? Any other thing? Anything else you guys might want to see? Okay, let me see what else, Geraldo, we haven't covered. A lot of stuff here. Tax execution, we haven't covered. Digital task cards. You want to see that?
Miguel, there's a question. Is there anything that you would like to show us? I mean, time checking is like
Yes.
11:40 here. So is it
Yes,
like more
yes.
into the Q&A quick session now?
Yeah, let's do, let me show you something quickly here on my iPad, which will be the electronic task cards. As you know, I assigned some task cards to myself, okay? And I want to show you how the mechanics execute those task cards. So here I'm on my iPad. I can go right ahead, open my, what we call the task control. This opens up my mechanic workboard that show me all the work that has been assigned to me, but more importantly, what taskers have been assigned to me. So I have for aircraft 255, which I have in my system here, the work order 255 that I was showing you guys in production control, okay, that I assigned to myself. So I'm gonna now show you how the backend system for execution marries to the front end. So I'm in aircraft here, 20550, as you can see here. Okay, this is my work order. I have my taskers have been assigned and completed. So I look at my taskers in here, and I could go into my system and say, hey, I want to work on this visual inspection. I go take a look at that. You see, I have a fully electronic task card that shows me information, even with manual references, right? Images. I could zoom in and zoom out to my card, right? If I want to start working on this particular task card, all I have to do is swipe to the right and say I'm going to start the card. Now, as soon as I do that, I could go back to my backend system here, go to the in progress tab, and you see that Miguel Sosa has started this task card, okay? Now, if I wanted to complete this task card, I could just swipe to the right, say I want to complete, and I could say complete, and I could digitally sign this card with my biometrics. Okay, and now that card went into inspection required, as it required some inspection to be done at the same time. You see here, required entity inspector. Okay, to do this particular card. Now, since I'm an inspector, I could start this card as an inspector. I am both. And I could inspect this task card to complete the inspection. So I have a dual signature here for this card. As soon as it's done, the card is automatically completed. I want to show you a couple other things here, show you the card that I'm working on. I'm going to start this task card again. This is another card. I'm going to start. But as I'm working in here, I might find a non-routine or an issue. So I'm going to create a non-routine. I'm going to create a non-routine out of this task card. I'm going to say, hey, I need a non-routine. I need a mechanic. And by the way, I'm going to have a non-routine template. So I'm going to find a non-routine template of work that needs to be done. This is the work that needs to be done here. I'm going to copy that from a template because the system knows that these are the things that has happened before in the past. I'm going to take a picture of the fault, okay, for my non-routine. I'm going to attach it and I'm going to self-assign it to myself. So I'm going to self-assign this work to myself. So I'm going to hit save, and right away I create a non-routine. So this was self-assigned to me, and I could see that the non-routine has been self-assigned down here to myself, okay? Now I'm gonna continue working on this particular task card. I'm gonna do a install remove right out of the pick list. So I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna remove a part. I'm gonna remove this part from the aircraft. I'm gonna call this serviceable, okay? I'm gonna put a removable text. Okay, and I'm gonna take a picture of the data plate just for fun. Okay, and I'm gonna hit save. And you're gonna see now that that particular transaction gets removed, okay? And it sends into my, now it gets attached into my task card altogether. So now I know that this was removed into this task card, okay? So I'm working on the task card itself. I'm going to use the picture here. And what I'm gonna do with the camera is that I'm gonna take a video, and I'm gonna take a video of the work that I'm working on for my inspector. I'm gonna show him the work that I've done and really highlight what has been done. And I'm gonna attach it directly into the task card. So So now I have a video, right? Okay. I'm gonna go right ahead and close out this card again by completing it. And I'm going right ahead and complete the task card signed with biometrics. So I have 2 task cards that very quickly I have created. Okay. And I have closed out those particular cards. Okay. So now I'm gonna go back to the backend system in here. Refresh this. I see that this was done. And what I want to show you guys is that automatically this was updated. You see now the number of task cards that were closed has gone up. And if I go into my quality control tab, I'm going to say, well, show me everything that was completed today. Today's the 10th. It's the 10th or the 11th? Okay, the 11th. And I see here that I have a couple of task cards that were completed. One, I have a digital signed copy of the task card altogether. So this format could be whatever you guys would like. This is just our standard format where you have your logo, you have your task card, any tools and material in your cover page, and you have your instructions and you have your digital signature of a person who signed, the skill, the date, and the username and their digital stamp. This is actually could be a physical stamp that we could digitize and put in here, okay? Now, at the same time, any images gets attached, okay, into the system. And what I want to show you guys, any video, like I created a video, remember that video? I could actually download the video and that's attached to the task card altogether. So that I could see the video. So the inspector could actually see the video as well, okay? So this is pretty cool. Second task card assigned here, you can see that that already gets attached as well, okay? Okay, so that's actually pretty cool. And these are actually digital task cards that I electronically sign, and it creates a paperwork automatically for me. Any questions on that scenario? So here I have all the parts that are required. If it was any faults and then non-routines, it automatically selects that. And any parts that were installed and removed, the system will remove that as well. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you about electronic task cards. Because we have that into the system. I think you guys will like that. Last 10 minutes, we could do questions and answers. Maybe any physical questions you guys might, any questions you guys might have.
All right, Miguel. Oh yeah.
Can you explain how the material delivery process works? Is there any feature for that? Material delivery from from central store or warehouse to the production. How we can monitoring and controlling the movement the material.
Yes, that's a good question. That we do have that. So as I mentioned, from the production itself, they're going to do the request and they have their materials tab that they could actually see. As I mentioned today, so they could actually see and request the requisitions and the pick list. You have your pick list here that is requested. So that goes into the material itself. Okay, there's different statuses that the system will have. So like here, you could actually show in the inventory transaction. You could actually show the first thing is the material has been reserved. So the system would actually show you the material being reserved. And that's the status that you will show today. Now, this particular material, even though it has been issued, so let's say I want to issue this to a mechanic, I have different statuses that the system will track. The first thing before is that it's picked, meaning that it was reserved. The second status that is picked. Picked is that you went from the warehouse and you grabbed it from the warehouse and you grabbed it and you put it in a box ready to be given out or ready to be sent out in a runner. And you click this button and you say, hey, that thing has been picked. The system now will mark this as picked and will send a notification back into the backend system. Next status will be issued. That was actually given out to a technician. So this is this number here, something that was issued. I'm going to give this issued out to this technician in this work order. No, this is not the right work order. I want to go to 650-050. Okay, so let's look at this one. Okay, so I have been given this particular work order on this task card. I'm going to deliver this to Bay 10, and I'm going to issue it to either to a runner or to a mechanic. Okay, so now that's going to change the status of this material to be issued. Okay, and I'll show you all these statuses in a bit. Okay, so I'm going to, let me grab this batch. Grab this batch, I can show you that. Okay, so now I'm going to issue that. So I'm going to hit issued. Okay, good. And I'll show you that material real quickly and by batch number. You can see the different statuses the system will have. Okay, so right now it changed the status because here it's going to be to issued. And if you got a transaction, it says issued. So when it was picked, the picklet was created. When it was issued, now the material went to issued. That's the status that will be given to this movement, to this particular batch number. What's the quantity? Quantity of 1. Now in the production work order over here, we have a parts received, right? Where you could actually now mark the particular inventory of the part that it was done. That you say I received it into the warehouse, and the warehouse now marks it as, okay, this particular pick list that was given to me. Okay, I'm gonna mark it as I received 1. Okay. So I'm going to Bay received, I'm going to receive 1, and I could save this real quickly. So what am I doing here? Saving this transaction, and I'm telling the system, hey, I received 1 part. And now that switches the from issued to received in the Bay. So that's how we track the different movement within warehouse to runner to issued to receive in the Bay, but different statuses. Okay. Any questions on that?
Okay. There is any feature for between process from warehouse to the production, like what we need to arrange shipment the material first before we shipping to the production of the other place or other store, maybe.
Sorry,
There is any,
what are you?
tools for we need arrange shipment, maybe?
You mean a packing and shipping, like you're packing the material?
Yeah,
You mean
like shipping, yeah. Shipping material shipping.
like packing? Yeah. So if you're packing the material, let's say you're packing it and shipping it because it goes to a transfer, that's a different process altogether. So let's say you're grabbing it from the stores and you're shipping it to another location that you need to pack it. Now that you're moving it from a warehouse to the Bay in the same location, let's say you transfer it to another location, you could do that. That will be a, so let's talk about that. So that process, what you will do is, okay, so you still go to your pick list and you select it in here, but instead of issuing it to somebody, you're going to create a transfer pick list. So sorry. So here's your packing and shipping. So you're going to select your pick list as I have here, okay? And then you have 2 buttons. You could say I want to send it to packing and shipping, or I'm going to create a transfer pick list. Now I'm going to select this as a, I'm going to issue it, and I'm going to select it for packing and shipping, okay? So now what I'm doing is sending it to the packing and shipping module. So I'm going to say, yes, I'm going to send it to packing and shipping module, okay? Fine, I'm going to send it to, let's say I'm going to ship it to JFK, okay? Now I send it to packing and shipping module. Now that's a different process because now that goes into a packing and shipping that's going to be put in a truck or in Comat to be sent to somebody else, okay? So what I'm doing here, is going to the packing and shipping module, and now that packing and shipping module takes over. Well, you could start transferring that packing and shipping. You could say, hey, show me all the things that are ready, that are open, that are ready to be packed. I have my pick list right here that I sent out, and things could be packed for repair order, things could be packed for transfer, things could be packed for like a pick list here that I'm transferring it out. Either way, in this particular item, I'm going to ship it. I'm going to put it on a particular flight. So I'm going to put on a flight number because I'm going to put it on a Comat. I could put my box dimensions if I want, okay? And what this selects now is what are the materials themselves. I'm going to pack a couple of materials in here. So I'm going to pack all these parts within the same box, okay? And what I'm doing now, I'm I'm changing the status to different statuses here. This goes from open to packed. Once it's packed, that goes to the next queue. It's ready to be shipped. That goes to shipped. Once it goes shipped, okay, you could say it was received on the previous, on the next location. And you could track now the different shipments based on movements from one location to the next. Okay, so that's not from warehouse to bay, which is in the same location. This is like movement now from different locations, putting things on a combat flight, right? So you could receive things on a combat flight and so on. We have a process for that, yes, as you can see here. And that goes to our packing and shipping module. Okay. Okay, any other questions in the last 5 minutes?
Okay, Matt and Miguel. For the tools for demand planning, do you use any statistical model based on the history and seasonally to, you see, automatically generate forecasts? And do you think trucks can forecast to optimize the safety stock level and any reorder point?
We could do that.
Also for the forecasting, what is it
Yeah,
based on?
yep.
Is it like
So let me show you.
Are you using like AI model, or you guys are just using like a scenario based forecasting?
So let me show you that. So right now, the way that the system does it, okay, is that we are going to do the first thing that, okay, let me find here. The first thing that we do is that the system has the ability to create what we call inventory levels, okay? So the inventory levels will do the forecasting. So depending on the historical usage is the what we use. Historical usage, what is the service level that you want this to be? The higher, the more parts, of course. And this is gonna be an analytical model that's gonna say for this particular location based on usage, based on the service level that you want put in, and the last thing is based on the replenishment lead time that we automatically calculate. Okay, and you could override. The system could calculate what is the maximum, minimum, and reorder point. Okay, so maximum level, minimum stock, and what is the reorder point. This gets recalculated on a daily basis based on usage. Okay, same as you will click this run button, you could run it yourself manually, but the system does this automatically for you every day. Okay, now what is it doing? It's calculating the man mix and reorder point based on the usage that you have for that particular location, and it's going to trigger a requisition once it goes below the reorder point. So what that means is that if a particular you start sending things to reserve, or you start using the parts, and if the quantity available falls below 3, it actually going to trigger a requisition to buy. Okay, you could either buy up to 5, so up to minimum, or up to maximum, whatever you would like. So let's say if you have falls below the 3 and you put it to minimum, it's going to send a requisition for 2. It's going to say, hey, buy 2 more because we want it rest to the minimum. If you say go up to maximum, then it's going to put a requisition for 8, okay? Because we want to go to 10. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? And this gets done automatically for you. So this is what the system does today.
Okay.
Miguel, I also have another question. So I was just wondering, maybe because I don't know, like maybe because we just have a 1 day, right, for doing a demo, so that you don't have you couldn't be able to show it. But in Trax, is it actually, do you guys have any model to capture the finance requirements?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we didn't talk about finance, but we have a whole finance module. So yeah, so I was gonna have Geraldo, but if you guys want follow-up scenarios, we could do that. So what I like to do is that if you guys have a set of scenarios and you want me to cover specific scenarios, you could send that to me, okay? Specific scenarios, and then I'll create a demo specific for the scenarios. But finance, we have a whole finance model, of course. Things like once you do the purchase order, you could come into what we call our link module, okay? And then our link modules where you're gonna have all your invoices. It's gonna have your invoice entries for you to invoice, okay? To actually do the payments. Another things that we have is that we're going to have the full inventory costing. So if you look at our GL module, you could actually see what are your budgets, what are your GL accounts, what's your inventory balance. By the way, how much inventory, how much journal entries you guys have spent. If you look at a journal entry, GL, here we go. You could have, no, not this one, not this one, sorry. Journal entries here. You could actually see per transaction, we actually bucket all the transactions. When you do a purchasing, how much does it add? How much? We keep all the accounts up to date on how much inventory is cost today, how much have you spent to expenditure costs and to even to the budgets.
Okay. And also, has Trax had any experience to integrate with other ERP, for example, like Oracle or SAP for this model specific?
Yeah, of course. We integrate to Oracle, we integrate to SAP from ERP solutions. It's pretty common for MROs to do to have SAP as their HR, right? And as their finance, and even some MROs use it for inventory as well. Well, we're the execution system. Most customers will say, "Hey, let's use SAP or Oracle Financial." We just upgraded Azure to Oracle Fusion on the cloud. They went from Oracle Financial to Oracle Fusion. And we will integrate to Oracle Fusion. So we have all those integrations already, to SAP, to Oracle Fusion, to JD Edwards, to QuickBooks. Really depends on which finance system you have. We have integrations to those.
Sir,
Yeah.
is Track possible to make integration with the custom system?
Customs, that is a good question. So we do have a custom module and we have custom integrations. So as you're bringing in customs, that goes into the orders module. You will see that we have a custom module. So all the customs, as you're bringing in things, you could put in what are the customs, and we are building integrations. Well, we're building integration for customs for Thailand. We've done it for Europe in where's Lot, Geraldo? In Poland. So really different customs authorities will have different integrations, but we have experience that we could work with you guys to integrate. Okay.
What is the custom system you mean? It is like inbound and outbound process or something like
inbound and how much was inbound and what is the costing for the customs? How much Tycho value? How much you have to pay for customs?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think
when you bring in goods, how much you have to pay? That's what the customs is. Yeah.
I think another thing also, I'm aware that the answer might be varied, but like how long is actually the average of implementation timeline for Trax? Like averagely.
Yeah. Really, it varies. Well, I just did a demo today, small airline, right? They have 5 planes. Well, that's like 6 months, right? An MRO, like you got, really, I don't know, how many aircraft do you guys maintain today? Well, so it really, in an average implementation, if we're looking at the entire system in here with electronic task cards and so on, you're looking from 12 to 18 months is an average, okay? But it really all depends. We've done it in 3 months for a startup, to 6 months, or to 15 tails, to 12 to 18 months is really the average, okay? And that includes data migrations, integrations, training. So that's bringing the system that you have today, integrating all your systems, taking the data from your current system out, put it into our system, validating that, right? Is from 18 months from beginning, workshops, training to production. But again, that varies. We'll ask you some questions and Geraldo will help you.
Yeah, we're pretty sure there's like a lot of parameters to be counted for when it comes to implementations.
Yeah, a lot of parameters. Yeah, lots of parameters. So I'll give you an example. If you want to do like electronic taskers that I showed you, well, that takes it to, we have to get approval from the authorities, right? So we have already approval from a lot of authorities, but you have to get approval. We'll help you get approval from the authorities to get electronic cards, right? So we have to do that. That takes a little bit of time. So it really depends on the parameters of what you're trying to implement, how many sources, how many interfaces, what are you trying to do, and that's going to vary the timeline. Okay.
Yes.
But again, Geraldo could help you with that.
Yeah, that's something that we can look into actual implementation. Again, it all depends, as we just said, what systems are we integrating with, what the quality of the data that you have. If you have everything in one place, or you have multiple spreadsheets and different kinds of sources for the data. So it all depends on many factors, but we can dig a bit deeper into that to get a more elaborated project plan.
All right.
But something worth noting is that at Trax, we provide all the data migration services. So we have a full implementation team where we have our own specialists, consultants, IT team, data migration team. So we are able to migrate your data and support you throughout all
Integration
the
team.
integration as well.
Integration team, PMO team. So
Okay, and also like better following in questions when it comes to the team implementation team, when you're doing implementations, so like all the consultants, in-house consultants are gonna come from Florida.
So we do a mix because you guys are in Asia. We have an APAC region, right? So we have we have an office right now in Singapore. We have an office that we're building in Hong Kong to maintain Kathy that's implementing today. And we build an office within the region. So we will bring some consultants in Florida that will live with you, right? That's a Trax expert. We're also going to bring local consultants to help you out that will know the culture, that will know the language, right? And it will help us out to implement. So technical consultants might be, from the region, maybe from India, right? Some of our partners from India, right? So it really depends on what are we trying to do, but we'll do a mix between local and people from Miami. Okay.
Right.
But we will, but all implementations, we always have people on site. Always. We always going to have people on site. Yeah, it's not going to be remote. We cannot do this remote. We have to do it on site. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Is there any question from our GMF users and also the SME? I mean, I think we have a lot of some unanswered questions regarding the requirements, but I think to follow this up, Gerardo and Miguel, we will send you our spreadsheet about the user story from our side. So there is some questions or requirement that maybe you can answer in the spreadsheet. And I think from the, I think from the follow-up, we will keep in touch with you regarding the requirement. Also, if there is any question that haven't been answered from the audience today.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for the time. Any questions you guys might have, just send us an email. We could either do a follow-up or send you a documentation of how it works, or we could do a follow-up with those scenarios. Send it to Geraldo. He will be the contact point from now on. But thank you for the time. And I think it was a wonderful demo. Hopefully you got a lot of information out of the Trax system.
Thank you also for staying up late a bit.
No worries. No, thank you. Okay.
Right. Okay. That's all from our end, Gerardo and Miguel.
Thank you. Okay. Have a good day. Have a good day.
For joining this discussion.
Thank you very much.
No
Thank you, teman-teman GMM.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Miguel.
Thank you for your time, and we'll keep in touch.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we'll keep in touch. Thank you all.
Have a great rest of the day.